Good morning to one and all, respected dignitaries, and to everyone gathered here today. My name is Dr. Mafaz bin Hassan.
And I'm Dr. Drisha Das, and we take privilege in welcoming you all to the CD program on double slot brackets, its endless possibilities. Now, we request our HOD, Dr. Sandeep Shetty, and reader, Dr. Faizan Ahmad Khan, to escort the dignitaries onto the dais. Today also coincides with National Dentist Day, and it gives me immense pleasure in wishing you all on the occasion of National Dentist Day.
This day serves as a reminder to raise awareness about the importance of oral health and its prevention. It also recognizes the contributions of dentists and dental professionals in the prevention of oral diseases and the promotion of oral health along with oral hygiene. The inception of any event is incomplete without seeking the blessings of the Almighty. And in order to do so, I would like to request Mr. Amjad, a PhD scholar from YRC who knows the whole Holy Quran by heart, to please come up the dais and recite the prayer.
It's not on. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله نور السماوات والأرض. مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها مصباح. المصباح في زجاجة. الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم. Translation. Allah is the light of heavens and the earth. His light is like a niche in which there is a lamp. The lamp is in a crystal. The crystal is like a shining star, lit from the oil of a blessed olive tree, located neither to the east nor the west, whose oil would almost glow even without being touched by fire. Light upon light, Allah guides whoever He wills to His light, and Allah sets forth parables for humanity, where Allah has perfect knowledge of all the things. Thank you.
Now, I request all the dignitaries to please come forward for lighting the lamp. Sorry. Now I request Dr. Sandeep Shetty, head of the Department of Orthodontics and Dentofacial Orthopedics, to please deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Hang on to your dreams, and your dreams will come true. If you have a dream, you set it as a goal. The goal should be divided into steps. These steps become your plan, and if this plan is executed well, then your dreams are going to come true. So we from the Department of Orthodontics, Yanapaya Dental College, have dreamt of conducting a lot of CDs like this so that it can benefit not only the postgraduates of our institutions, the neighboring institutions, but also our alumni who are far and away, especially those who are only in clinical practice, so that they are updated and abreast with the latest in orthodontics. With immense pleasure, I've taken up this task of welcoming the gathering. Dignitaries on the dais, the chief guest of today, our own Dr. Akhtar Hussain. Welcome, sir. We have today the greatness, my teacher, uh, Dr. Subraya Mogra. Welcome, sir. The man of the day, our resource person, Dr. Ajay. Welcome, Dr. Ajay. Our principal, ever inspiring, Dr. Lakshmikant Chatra. Welcome, sir. Our dean, ever supporting and inspiring, Dr. Shambat. Welcome, sir. Dignitaries of the dais, we have Dr. Siddharth, who is a representative of the iOS. Thank you, Siddharth. Welcome. Then we have a representative from the Mangalore Orthodontic Study Group, Dr. Arjun. Welcome, Arjun. Principals from neighboring colleges, my dear friend, Dr. Nilan Shetty. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Other dignitaries from the neighboring college, I see Kaushik. I see Kaushik. I see Akhil Shetty. Welcome, everybody. Sorry if I missed out. My colleagues and HODs from our college, the most important people who are present here, the postgraduates and those who are present online. There are a lot of people who are present online, our alumni and other people who are alumni, other people who are online. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much.
Now I request all the dignitaries to please come forward for lighting the lamp.
And now I would like to request Dr. Akhtar Hussain, the former principal of Yanepal Dental College, to kindly come ahead and introduce the chief guest.
Very good morning to you all. My dear friend Dr. Mogra, Ajay, today's resource person, HOD Dr. Sandeep, Chatra, Dakshambar, Subbu, Faizan, all my colleagues in dental college and the guests around, Siddharth, Nilan, Arjun, postgraduates, other staff members, a very good morning to you all. Let's start with wishing you all a very happy Dentist Day. I don't know how this day was exactly formulated. There's some confusion, but what I try to understand is some way back in 1790 or somewhere, somebody called as Greenwood in American who made the first foot engine. That's what I'm of understanding so far. Imagine those days, I seen foot engine. In fact, one Dr. Timaprai we had in the clinic, Mangalore, he used to use the foot engine. As a little kid, my pedo feelings were done on the foot engine. Use it. And I think none of you have seen that. It had a pedal, and a dentist had a man who would stand next to him. His work is only to keep pedaling. And you keep on pedaling. When it pedals, like they sharpen the knives in the villages, they carry the knife sharpener, something like that. You just keep on going round and round. And it was somehow connected a drill bit, and slowly it was torturing the patient as he went on pedaling. That's how it started. Okay, now of course, from there we gone to micromotor, from micromotor to aerotor, aerotor to laser, and we've gone a very long way. However, let's celebrate this. This is our day. And I always say that each specialty days are celebrated mainly to recognize their profession and to encourage people to understand the public at large. Here by now, dentistry is quite well evolved, very well known now. We don't need any recognition. We are in the mainline health produces very important component of a general health, and the most sought after profession. As I keep saying, that the second most preferred profession in America and other developed countries. So it's evolved a lot. But we also understand it evolved because of a lot of researchers and teachers all through. And each one has contributed some way or other to the overall development of dentistry in our country. We have with us one such person. We have with us one such person, a good friend of mine, Dr. Mogra. And I had the good fortune of working with him in KMC when just after I passed out from Manipal. In fact, we joined KMC the same day. I was one day senior, one senior to him, but positions were different. He was associate professor. And interestingly, we had a fantastic time there. We had some good first batch of PG students started there without having undergraduation, directly postgraduate, if I remember. And we had a couple of very mischievous postgraduate students. And we are all had some secret names which I could break it later, that code. You're supposed to be channel 2, and I'm channel 3. And Sudan City was supposed to be channel 1. And we were a triangle, just 3 of us in the Department of Orthodontics and 2 PGs. Am I right? And sir, actually, to give a brief about Dr. Mogra, he was born somewhere in 1944, before even India got independence. And did his schooling in Chakodi High School and Board High School, Bellare. And then he did his college in St. Aloysius. He did his BDS in Manipal, Courts Manipal. In 1970, he joined, finished in 1970. Yeah, because he has confused the entire biodata. I had to sit with him and correct all these things. Okay. And then he did his Manipal, MDS also in Manipal, just immediately after BDS, along with Dr. Surendra Shetty, if I'm right, classmates. And he worked there for 3 years. And then he went to USA. Full 10 years he was in the United States, where he worked as a group practitioner. And he stayed there for 10 years, as I said, attended a lot of programs there, CD programs, Kessling and Rocket, orthodontics at Watt Hill, Indiana, McNamara CDE at Crystal City, Virginia, Functional Appliances, Columbia University, Dental School, New York, other programs. See, fine-tuned the knowledge. And when it happened that we are all trained in beg techniques those days, we had no idea about what state wear was. And sir was well, learned. He studied thoroughly well the state technique, was coming to India. And almost every case treated in India was by bed treatment those days. Only in Lucknow, I think there was statewide, now edgewise, no statewide. That's edgewise was done there. So that's the advent of dent. And I was also trained only in big. So when sir came back, he joined KMC with me. And then for a few years' time, we were thinking of starting a college. That was brewing. The idea of starting Anapa Dental College was brewing. And it was under wraps and the slow study we were making. And I was looking at good people to pull into the college as a staff of KMC. I should mention here, with all respects to KMC, KMC is the forerunner of all the private institutions in the country. And we are proud to be, we're not only part of alumni, we're proud that's happening in our land. And any college you look at has some, even NAPA is offshoot of KMC, if you ask me, because I'm a KMC. And that respect KMC will always continue to have. And when we were starting this dental college, nobody believed me that I'm going to start a dental college. And Dr. Shambar always keeps saying, the day I came and said, announced that we're starting a college. I wanted to ask Dr. Sunil Shetty. He used to be even a friend before, a family friend, even before joined dentistry. And of course, obviously, I can never expect Dr. Sunil Shetty to come because he was well established there and he's undergraduate, postgraduate, close to the pies and all those things. So we started. Imagine a corner in Bandar, Bibelabi Road. If somebody told that small, and we've got about 10 tons of land there, we're starting a dental college, who would join us? And Danapai was also not a known name at all, anywhere. So first few years it was known as Akhtar's College because nobody knew about it. And then later on, of course, you see it's all history, what had happened. Then when we started here, my first batch of students with Dr. Sandeep as one of the first page students, I wanted them to train in statewide, which I was not trained in those days. So I requested sir to join us, which he did. He left KMC, he went to Kuwait, and he was there in Kuwait for over 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, and he came back and joined us. That was our fortune. We had a wonderful time here also. I had a great time with sir in KMC, and the man cannot believe such humor he has in him. So much of humor. I wish I could crack a few of them, but they're all not only above the belt, some are below the belt also. Most of them below. So if I can just remind you about incident we had with Ramchandra, our manager. Should I explain the whole joke or Ramchandra's joke? So very humorous man, an ideal teacher. An ideal teacher requires at least 3 things. First one is solid knowledge of the subject, which he was, a thorough knowledge of the subject. He didn't waste his time doing unnecessary things, photography, painting, and traveling, and all those things. He focused only in orthodontics. Am I right, sir? So that's why he was full power packed with academics. The next thing is the desire to teach. He was waiting for people to call him, PGs. He would rush there and he'll spend his enough patience and explain everything to the postgraduates. That's the second thing I appreciate in sir. And the third thing is, though whatever the humor and jokes and everything, quite pretty disciplined as far as clinical work is concerned. There is no compromise there. Absolutely disciplined. A great human being. You know that I think they can vouch for it. Sandeep and others, first batch when they came here. And I'm very happy, sir, that you're here with us today. And I'm very happy that my department is thought of this and congratulate Dr. Sandeep and others, Vivek and others for thinking, of even bringing me here today. I'm very, very happy and thankful to you guys. This is why I say that the HOD should always rotate in 3 years because by then we lose our energy as well as ideas. So a new life, new energy is always welcome. That's the reason I was one of the persons who was for this rotation of HODs, new enthusiasms. So I don't go along with, much more talk about him. I think better we ask him to talk. He'll make you laugh even more. And with these few words, I wish you all again a very happy Dentist Day and a great time ahead with lectures by. Thank you.
Sir, we'll felicitate you and then you can say something. Yes.
Okay, fine.
Go here.
Now I request our former principal, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, Principal Dr. Lakshmikant Chhatra, and Dean of Faculty of Dentistry, Dr. Shyam Bhatt, to please felicitate our chief guest. Now I request our chief guest, Dr. Subriya Mogra, to please speak a few words.
All right. A good morning to everybody. And Akhtar, as I know, is an orthodontist. But I did not know he was good in doing what you call psychotherapy. He gave me a real psychological shock today by asking me to speak few words. Professionally, it will be not correct on my part to talk because I am out of the field for almost 9 years. The only thing I read is Udayavani or not Udayavani. What's the other one? Vijayavani, yes. Name also I can't remember suddenly. I read it. As a formality, I read it. Sometimes thrice, 4 times. Nothing else to read. But the professional books, I have plenty of books. Practically, I have my own library with a good number of orthodontic books, including encyclopedias. I hardly go through them unless somebody asks something over the phone, what is this? Then I go and refer it. Otherwise, because I can't keep on reading that every day. I have read enough, and enough. In Manipal days, myself and Dr. Surya Shetty, we used to sit on a particular table and chair. And if somebody sits there, the librarian will come there, get up. That is Shetty's room, this is Subraya's chair. So that is, those two chairs are reserved for us. Nobody else could sit. Because Shetty will get definitely upset. Yeah. So that is how we used to sit up to 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock. Read, and read. Nothing. We didn't have any other activities. There was plenty of scope, but we restricted ourselves to the library. Yeah. We restricted to library. Because idea is a professional course, the passing is not enough. For you do BA, BSc, getting a job is more important. Just nobody cares whether you're a distinction holder or a gold medalist. Gold medal you can keep on the wall and just look at that. You did it. But it doesn't help you at all. But in a professional program, whether the medical, dental, pharmacy, engineering, it is not a rank, it is your knowledge and skill. That's the most important. So when you study, trying to understand the subject is more important than achieving to get ranks 70%, 80%. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make sense. A 50% fellow who passed on a third attempt can be a better dentist than a rank student because he has developed the skill. We have few PG students in Oran College who took 3-4 attempts to get their MDS. With the difficulty, they bring a crane and pass them. I have told one student, remember, TMJ explained, that was the essay question. He wrote around 4 or 5 pages. Temporomandibular joint is an anatomically constructed, physiologically functioning joint. Perfectly normal. Then go through the rest, same thing. Same thing, around 4 or 5 pages he wrote. Yeah, first that sentence, I gave whatever mark, the rest, nothing. This is what, but such people are excellent in private practice. Excellent practice. People always study like me, end up in the college only. Never do private practice. Maybe we don't have that interest to do private practice. There are many occasions people can do teaching as well as private. Nowadays it's allowed even in Manipal. I think they allow private practice. During our time, no, strictly not allowed. So we have to limit ourselves to the institution. So when the practice is allowed and you are continuing the teaching, probably sky is the limit. You have plenty of scope to improve your knowledge and skill in the institution, apply it on your private practice. This is what most of the Western universities are doing. If you go to any university, well-known, Chicago University or Northwestern University or UCLA, any or Boston or Tufts, you hardly find a full-time teacher. All are part-time. One fellow comes on Monday, another fellow Tuesday, another fellow Friday. Different days, different people come. What do they do rest of the time? They practice. So academically, they improve in the institution, they apply in their clinic. Plus, you can learn much more things in a private practitioner, which you'll never find in any textbooks. You'll never find it, because when I went to USA, we read a lot about the books. But some of the things, luckily, Dr. Shourie had allowed us to do whatever you want, because he was not an orthodontist. Basically, he did not know between the plier and a cutter. He did not know. He openly said, I am not an orthodontist. You have joined, you have jumped into the ocean. If you want to swim, you swim. Otherwise, you'll sink. So we said, you will swim. And we did it. So Dr. Shetty, myself, Dr. Mangi, Prakash, and Indumati, 6 people, we learned on our own. There was no guide at all. No guide at all. Even the wire bending, we had to learn through the book. Examination, diagnosis, everything self-study. Naam ke vaste, we had a professor. And he had to sign the thesis. Again, but one thing is, excellent guide. He did his own qualification. His name is Dr. Shourie, Kanwar Lal Shourie. He's from Rajasthan. Retired Dean of GDC Bombay. He came there. And he did his MSc in Nutrition Institute, Kunur, that is near Coimbatore. Did his MBBS in Lahore. BDS, MDS from Lahore during that before partition. Then joined Rochester University in New York. What is the subject? Cardiology. Did his PhD. Then became Dean of GDC Bombay from 1952, I think 1970. He ruled Dental Council of India as well as Dental College. He was the president of Dental Council. That is why he was brought to Manipal. Because Manipal being a first private college, there are a lot of criticism. What is this first private college? Nothing. Everybody started hating and criticizing because it's a private college. No other college was in private sector. All are GDCs, whether Bangalore, Trivandrum, Madras, Bombay, all over. So management had a problem. How to get a recognition? Well, get the Dental Council president. Yes. So Dr. Shourie took over as the dean. Inspector was Dr. Subramaniam from Trivandrum. And every dental college was scared of him. One of the toughest inspectors in the Dental Council. And at the same time, very nuisance fellow too. Yeah, Subramaniam was a very nuisance fellow. So, but he did not open his mouth. Signed on the dotted line. College got recognition. Because Dental Council president is there. Who are you to object him? That's what they did it. All right. So college got very first batch got recognition. Otherwise, you would have a hard time. And he stayed for a few more years, finished our PGs, and I think after Indumati's PG, he left. Yeah, after Indumati's PG, he left. By the time he was close to 70. So he left, went to Rajasthan. Basically a cardiologist, not an orthodontist. But as I said, guide, excellent guide, because I remember he asked me to seminar on lasers, general lasers. At that time, laser was just introduced. People did not know how to spell it even. What is this laser? What is this laser? So we had a lecturer in physics who was taking care of dental materials. He was from engineering college. We asked him, what is it? I said, I haven't heard. I don't know. I haven't heard. Then he somehow managed to get a book called Scientific American, a journal. Told me, here, look at this. Lasers. There are about 6 or 7 lasers, argon, helium, carbon, so many lasers. Solid laser, liquid lasers, plenty. All right. Where is it available? Went to engineering college. So collected, presented the seminar on that, which had nothing to do with our profession. But he wanted it, yes. That encouragement, full support. That is the one thing I like. Probably no other professor could guide a PG like that. Even the regular thesis topic, I don't remember what's my topic. Probably Class 2 Division 1 South Canada, something like that. So I did not know what to do. Then he only called me, okay, sit. Went on explain how to collect the samples, how to analyze the samples. Step by step, he will guide you. Step by step. The day you graduate, you are his number one enemy. Yes. Eh? You are his number one enemy. Reason is, everybody will come and see orthodontist Dr. Shauri. Orthodontist Dr. Shauri. Shauri will not touch. He doesn't know what the plier and a cutter. So he will allot one of the PGs. PGs will give, but the name and credit goes to the boss. Moment you graduate, people come to you straight. They won't go. That man doesn't know. We will go to this fellow. So immediately we had another doctor from Hyderabad. He was posted in prosthetics. Never enter ortho. He shouted at Venkaya. Never allowed him to enter orthodontics department. So we somehow, his own student, we are lucky to continue in the same department. So we started practically as a student, Dr. Shetty and Dr. Shamla, they built ortho department. We just developed it further. So that was the guide, Dr. Shauri. Now, without knowing a subject, he used to help you. So I think he's no more. He died about a year ago. I'm not sure about it. I think so. So then we continued in Manipal. I went abroad, went to TP orthodontic. That was the Makkaf beg technique. And I spent about a week TP orthodontics. And Riley Williams, you might have heard orthodontist. Riley Williams of Illinois, one of the great orthodontists, beg mechanics. And Peter Kessling, H.D. Kessling. They are their own clinic, I think 8 or 9 chairs, and their own seminar room, laboratory. Every year they used to conduct advanced beg course. And I had an opportunity to stay for a week and learn advanced beg mechanics. That was one of the wonderful thing. The same thing after returning to Manipal, yes, 8 days course, we repeated that in Manipal. And the Australians, Jeff Brown, 12-3, Samson, McKay, I remember them. At the end, they said they had conducted more than 200 big programs all over the world. But Manipal was the best. They said it was the best because I was fresh from the TP. So whatever TP orthodontics had given the facility, Manipal, we had one old typodont. You remember that? That big typodont, which was about 2 or 3 kg weight. The Manipal Acharya made it. Then We bought that Rocky Mountain welder, showed him to Acharya, Lakshman Acharya. Somehow he managed to assemble it, made one welder. Then there is a company in Madras, MS Surgicals. We bought few welders. So 40 people were invited for advanced bed program, and all were given the tripodon. Some of the fixed tripodons, but his teeth were glued to the brackets were glued to the teeth. You could not take it out. They got it from Australia itself, Kerala, Australia, and unfortunately, one set was stolen. That was a tragedy. Actually, 12 felt very bad. Doctor, somebody took it away. One never returned it. Eh? 12. Yeah. His name is 12. He was 6 foot 6 inch tall fellow. So I used to call him Tall Tree. Yeah. He's still there because I used to write to him quite now and then. I think more than 10 years I have stopped. I don't know whether he's alive or not. He was in Adelaide. So that was the big program, the best program conducted by Australian Orthodontic Group anywhere in the world. It was 8-day program, excellent program. So after that, we did the same thing in Mangalore during conference. Alva? 4 days or yeah, that was the advice course conducted by a German, Eugene Backman. I think Eugene Backman, if I'm correct. It was a hands-on course for about 4 days or so. An excellent program on straightwire mechanics. The problem basically we in India had is we are all 100% big trained people. It has nothing to do with edgewise. All others, whether you go for a rickets technique, regular straight wire, or edgewise, all are modifications of edgewise. So the problem with big people, they have to learn edgewise first. Otherwise, we are trying to build a mansion without a foundation. So we have to introduce back in Mangalore and Manipal together. So initially, first 1 year I had a little difficulty because my experience in hearing treatment in edgewise is limited. Actually, basic training was not at all. But somehow, working with orthodontists, I learned it, especially in Chicago. What's his name? Can't remember. And he's a hardcore edgewise man. And I worked with him around 2.5 years, learned all the basics of edgewise. Then attended, you might have, orthodontists must have heard Tom Graeber, the great writer of textbooks. So I used to go to his clinic in the University of Chicago for about 2 months, learn a lot of, he had a liking towards Indians. So he was very happy. There is no fee for me, nothing. Otherwise, per hour of lecture, they have to pay $120. And he said, Magara, you are from India, right? No, you don't have any money. No, sir. You come free. Fine. It was free for me for about two months. I attended all his lectures and learned how to read an OPG. At that time, we didn't have OPG. First time I saw the OPG. Then everything he showed in depth rather. So I learned a lot from like that. Then I went to Swamil Brzezinski, who is a cleft palate rehabilitation man. That orthodontists might be knowing it. Oral surgery people knowing. A lot of work on cleft palate rehabilitation. So that is Zarabek oration. Zarabek himself presented it. And this was an excellent program. Excellent program. So by attending all these programs, whatever I learned, I started teaching the students in KMC. So that is how our department of orthodontic in Mangalore, at one time, I think, I'm not boasting, supposed to be number 1 in the country. For some time, it was number 1. That whatever I learned there, I did not hide anything. Okay, let everything. Even sometimes I just read in the book, try to understand it, implement it. Magnets. It was not there at all. Most important, split palate. We used to do only what you call it, routine expansion of the palate, so-called dental expansion. I learned it from McNamara in that was in Washington D.C. Bonded Hyrex. And fun is, I was working for a Jewish orthodontist in New York, and I said we should do a bonded Hyrex on this patient. That fellow ordered the company, took a Hyrex. It has 4 wings, antennas, and soldered few mesh for bonding. Because he did not know. Then I said, this is not working. McNamara showed, make an acrylic splint, occlusal splint, premolar or deciduous molar, including first or even second molar, depending on the age. Etch it on the bond it. It stays for 6 months without any disturbance. You over expand it. If you want to do surgical intervention, do it. It works wonders. This is what I learned. And same thing, as I came to Mangalore, I started teaching that. So that's how our PGs learned a lot of things which is not taught in any other colleges. So that is my privilege. And many colleges do not allow. If you go to some of the government colleges, the HOD's word is final. Doesn't matter what you want to talk, HOD will not allow. Many times they don't allow. No, that's not necessary. This is not necessary. But here, Dr. Shetty, do whatever you want. Free. Anything I want to talk, I can talk. Anything I want to do in the clinic, do it. No objection at all. Reason is we are classmates from BDS as well as MDS. So we knew each other very well. Yeah. So that is why my experience in KMC. Retired 9 years, spent time with my family, and I have 3 children. One daughter is married. She had 2 kids in Pune, and another daughter in Mysore. She has a son. My son is just married about 2 years ago. He's in Bangalore, and he works for the automobile company called Daimler-Benz. You know, that is the truck unit of Mercedes-Benz. So they keep on sending him to Germany now and then. I think next June also he's going. He went already twice. So I asked him, why are you going? The company sends me, what am I to do? Oh, I'm going. So every time they go to Stuttgart, work in the company for about 1 month. Then he comes back, but he doesn't go to the plant. Sits in the Bangalore office, all his activities in the computers. So I think last month, one of his design was patented by the company in India. So that's why I'm happy he's in a rather good lines doing his job. I think that should be all right. Yeah. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. To introduce our speaker, I would like to request Dr. Faizan Ahmed Khan, Reader, Department of Dental Facial Orthopedics and Orthodontics, Yenapur Dental College.
Dignitaries on the dais, invited guests, teachers, delegates, and my dear students, very good morning to all. It is indeed a personal honor to me to introduce the renowned speaker of the day, Dr. Ajay K. Kubawat. Dr. Kubawat is the professor and head of Department of Orthodontics and Dental Orthopedics near Simbhai Patel Dental College and Hospital, which is affiliated to the prestigious Sankal Chand Patel University, Visnagar, Gujarat. Dr. Kubawat holds various national and state posts, including he is the executive committee member of the Indian Orthodontic Society, the executive committee member of the Indian Dental Association Gujarat branch. He is the central council member of the Indian Dental Association head office. He has been the past president of the Indian Dental Association Ahmedabad branch. He is the past convener of the Gujarat Orthodontic Study Group. He is a fellow of the Pure Fortune Academy. He is a member of Board of Studies of both Sankal Chand Patel University and the Madhya Pradesh Health University. He is an editor-in-chief of 2 journals, that is the Journal of Clinical and Diagnostic Research and Dentimedia. He is also a reviewer of the Journal of Indian Orthodontic Society and has several national and international publications. Along with his academic and administrative responsibilities, Dr. Kubawat runs a successful practice at Shore Align Orthodontics and Dentistry in Ahmedabad. Ladies and gentlemen, academician, clinician, researcher, and orator, Dr. Ajay Kubawat. As a token of appreciation, I would request our beloved principal, Dr. Lakshmikant Chhatra sir, or to hand over the memento to Dr. Ajay Kubawat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Lakshmikant Chhatra, Principal of Yenapoy Dental College, to please deliver the presidential address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, Dr. Subraya Mugra sir, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, Dr. Ajay, Dr. Shamba Dean, Organizing Chairman, Dr. Sandeep, Secretary Vivek Amin, and Principal of AJ Shetty Institute of Dental Sciences, Dr. Nilan, Dr. Siddharth, Dr. Arjun, and all the head of the departments of the various other colleges nearby, and my colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. Since we are already beyond the schedule, then I'm trying to go a little faster. So I welcome each and everyone on behalf of the management and the Yenapoy Dental College to this particular occasion, auspicious occasion of Dentist Day, as well as the CDE program being conducted by the Department of Orthodontics. So first of all, I congratulate the Orthodontics Department to taken up the job in the last 3 months. I think that the third program is being held. I think I congratulate the HOD for having this kind of a program along with his teamwork. We are all gathered here for the Dentist Day as well. It's a National Dentist Day. To know something about the National Dentist Day, one must understand that there are two things coming to the picture when you're talking about the dentist in India. One is Dental Council of India. All of you know it is the apex body which controls the dental education in India, wherein there is no forum for the dentist, the professional practitioner. That is Indian Dental Association. These are the two things you must understand first before understanding what it is. Next is that this National Dentist Day is being conducted by the professional body. So this Dentist Day, I mean, it's been celebrated mostly in US and the European countries, rarely seen in this part of the world. But however, we conducted this day to make the awareness of the dentistry to the public, not having a program like this. And felicitate the people, those who have achieved a goal in their life to become a good dentist, not only for themselves, but also for the community. In this regard, we have with us today, in fact, we already facilitated the Dr. Subraya Mogra, my teacher in Manipal, wherein when I was in third year and the final year, every time they used to tell about the begs. When I come to the internship, they started telling about edgewise. So he came and joined up then. So I still remember that edgewise was started, straightforward was started in Manipal way back in 89. Understand that it's a much long ago we have been there. I studied in 85 to 89 in Manipal BDS and 1 year internship in Manipal. During that time, Saur was my teacher there. Then I moved back to KMC Mangalore where I met Dr. Akhtar Hussain. So this is regarding the Dentist Day celebration being held. This is one of the norms by the UGC where you have to conduct each and every days, wherein what day is represents. For example, earlier when I was in the school and all, they used to conduct the Independence Day in the school itself on the same day. Of late, last year I heard that Independence Day being celebrated on the previous day because next day is a holiday. I don't know what is the fun in celebrating such kind of a day without not having an awareness. Why are you conducting such programs? Because of there is not much of a time here to speak about all that thing. One thing I still remember, that is there is a linkage between the teacher and the book. We have a textbook, we have a patient. Can we translate whatever is there in the textbook onto the patient? No. Each and every patient is different according to the anatomy, physiology, in every way it is different. This particular, what is given in the knowledge in the book cannot be translated directly onto the book. You require a good teacher who can translate what is there in the textbook onto the patient, and different slot, different treatment modalities, different way approach this particular patient and taking a call. One thing it is not there in the textbook is common sense. You need to achieve, and over the years when you start doing your practice, you're going to get this up. It is not there in the textbook. You cannot translate everything onto the patient. You require medicine, dentistry, physiotherapy, and to some extent in the nursing, you require a good teacher to translate this knowledge onto the patient. As already Dr. Subrahim Mogra said, it is not the thing what you have at the end of the day, or you have achieved the goal of a first rank or a second rank, whatever the academic achievement. It is a knowledge what you gained over the years is more important for us. To give us the knowledge today about the latest things, we have with us the Ajay. Ajay is going to tell us what is double slot. All this time we know only the single slot wherein the wire has been fixed into it. So unless you get the contemporary knowledge in this particular subject, especially PG or in UG, you cannot become complete in your practice tomorrow. You are under supervision, you are working under somebody, you get some knowledge over it. But tomorrow when you start your practice, you have to work on your own. You have to use your common sense. For this, latest knowledge gaining is an utmost important at the end of the day before going out of this particular place. I hope so this particular talk will going to give you an edge over others on this particular occasion. I congratulate the department once again, and I welcome and thank Ajay for coming all the way from Ahmedabad to our college. You can visit our institute. I coming for the first time. I think Dr. Sandeep will make an arrangement for you to see our institute and go back with the memories. Thank you so much. Warmly welcome you once again.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Shafiz Koya, Reader, Department of Orthodontics and Interfacial Orthopedics, Yanapa Dental College, to deliver the word of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, students, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. Already we had a longer session. Here, I would like to say that we had a staff meeting 2-3 months back, and it was under the leadership of Sandeep sir, one of the first meeting. So in that, certain agendas were decided. One of the agenda was about the CD programs. So in the CD program, we decided that we will do certain number of CDs program of this year. And this is our second CD program. But it was already decided the date we'll do soon after the PG convention, so March 1st week. So we went to the administrative principal, vice principal, and the dean that we have a program coming up. So they gave full support that it is a dentist day. We are going to do a dentist day program as well. But they were so nice. They clubbed our CD program and this dentist day program. We are sincerely thankful for you so that we didn't postpone it. Made us to do in others on that time. And also we are immensely happy. We can come up with ideas. We want to improve our college. We want to make our department better. We want to give good teachings for the students. But without the support of management, nothing is going to happen. So we have a beautiful management, which you can see when you enter the institute, into the campus. You can have a great ambience and atmosphere which is provided by our the visionary leader, Abdullah Kuni sir and Farad sir. And we have our administrative heads of the VC, registrar, pro VC, all of them. Anything you want, you go there, you say that we want to do this, they are always with the yes. So I would look from the deep of my heart, I would like to give a sincere thanks for the management as well in their absence. Then we have a chief guest, mashallah. He had given a great, from his heart, he was talking to us. He gave complete history, what has happened in the Manipal, and the new generation, we never heard about what has happened in the previous. We heard about army, Beck's racket, but how they tried for that. So he made the base of our department. He was the initial faculty in our department. He taught even our HOD. He was a colleague with sir. So we sincerely thanks from our heart that you are here, and we appreciate your presence, sir. Today's guest of honor is Akhtar sir. He is not a guest. He is our host. And he have taken a break for a while, and we expect you to come back. Anywhere you go here, you can see the signature of each and every bricks have a story with respect to sir. So from my heart, I thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate various HODs and faculty members who had come from various colleges, taking your time giving us time to this college, accepting our invitation. We thank all the HODs and the faculty members of various colleges. Also, our department, dental college HODs and the staffs, they also have come, most of them sitting here. We thank you for coming. Here, one thing is missing about the program is completely sponsored by Cordon. So this today's program, the registration is completely free. So we are providing free food, free session, everything that the speakers traveling, everything is taken care by Cordon. Cordon is a private company, dental private company, which provides with orthodontic premium materials. So one thing about them is they have co-partnered with one Brazilian orthodontic company. That's what Dr. Ajay sir will be speaking today. So they have partnered in India. Only Cordon is providing this particular duplex slot or dual slot bracket design. And Yatin and Pawan has done a lot of groundwork to start for today's event. We sincerely thank Yatin and Pawan for doing this. And we had a great organizing team. Subbu, Faizan, Sandeep sir, Vivek sir, and Razin have done a lot of groundwork. We don't see him in front, but he have done a lot of work. And all our PGs and teaching and non-teaching staffs, we thank you for this, for your representation. And most important is the participants. Without participant, it is not going to be successful. So we had almost more than 100 online and offline registration. Many of the participants have come from the neighboring colleges, and it is getting live streamed. Many of them are seeing offline, online as well. Our Yanapoya Ortho alumni, we have almost 155 alumni passed out from our college. So we thank the Ortho alumni as alumni there online as well. IT, they are doing this part, this online streaming. We are not at all knowing what is happening, but he's completely controlling the IT part as well. We thank you. When Rajesh, he made all this arrangement. Always he is ready for any programs. He always does this. So we thank Rajesh as well. And today's food, Suksagar, there is a change from Foodcraft to Suksagar. So they are providing the food for today. We will have a good breakfast, hopefully, after this, and we have a lunch. So we thank the food company also for providing a great food. Thanks you once again, all of you. After the participants, hope you will have a good, fulfilled, inspired, motivated orthodontic session ahead. Thanks you once again.
Now I request everyone to rise for national anthem.
Thank you to everyone present over here. I would like you to move forward outside for the breakfast and come back soon for the lecture. Thank you.
Hello.
The first session, and I request Dr. Ajay to take over the stage.
Thank you. First of all, thank you all for coming in such a large number. And I sent a very short bio of mine. Thank you for adding a lot of generosity into it, right? And making me feel good. So today, it's really great honor to be speaking in front of the learned audience, students and staff both, because I know that all of you are thorough in a basic science. So here I'm here would be talking on something which is may not be aligning with the contemporary flashy orthodontics, right? I'm not talking anything big on 3D digital I'm not talking anything big on the aligners or plastics, but I'm here to talk on the basic science, because the only medicine in orthodontics is a force. So when you say double slot bracket, so the double slot bracket, when I speak about double slot bracket, it is only about the force, nothing else. So spare me if I am not aligning with the, plastic, 3D, digital, AI, because after all, the force is the only remedy, even with the 3D, even with the plastic and everything. The journey of taking you guys to, when I say you guys, I mean I'm referring to the residents. So how many residents are here? How all postgraduate? Can you just raise your hands? Okay, so that it can boost my confidence that it's okay to speak in front of the resident rather than speaking in front of this learned staff. Myself, Ajay Kubawat. I'm a professor and head in orthodontics at Narsibhai Patel Dental College and Hospital, Visnagar, Gujarat. And I hold a private practice in Ahmedabad. Thank you, Yennepoya Dental College. And thank you, Cordon, for bringing me in. And I would like to thank each and every one of you. I apologize if I forget few names. So rather than taking an individual name, I would say that entire staff of Yennepoya Dental College, MOSG, and Cordon Dental. I always say that you should never be the first one by whom new things are tried. Can I just take a liberty of removing it? Because there is a stark difference in temperature between Ahmedabad and this place. Thank you. So I always tell my PGs and even my child that you should never be the first by whom new things are tried, nor be the last to lay the old aside. See, as a doctor, we carry a lot of weight on ourselves because the expectation of patients and society is so much on us that we cannot simply do anything which is not rationally correct. So you should never accept something which is absolutely been introduced to the society. Now I'm not against anything, but just came to know with few of my friends who started using DPA, that is a direct printed aligners. I'm not naming any company, but the moment they started using a direct printed aligner, which is a buzz right now in orthodontics, that everybody is rushing to it. Because I have included one slide of the Kevin O'Brien also on the same thing, that we orthodontists always have a habit of rushing to something which has been introduced completely new without even checking whether it is actually working in favor or against the favor. So with the direct printed aligners, you won't believe that there are 3 to 4 documented cases of severe anaphylaxis. On the first day itself, the patient wore it. And then there are 20% of the cases with the direct printed aligners having a severe gingival burning sensation. Now, when this comes into picture, we asked the company that why it happened. And then they said that we had a problem with the curing cycle. So now we have increased the curing cycle. So instead of 15 minutes, now you have to cure it for 25 minutes. So now as a doctor and as a resident, I would ask you one question. Can FDA approve anything which has not been proven until now, that a curing cycle has to be this much and there should not be any uncuring resin into it? So then we asked the company that you said you have an FDA approval. Then there is a catch, that FDA approval is only for the material, not for your curing time. Why I'm trying to tell you is this, because you guys are a young mind. You would be a future of Indian orthodontics, right? So never believe everything what has been shown. Even I'll show you something. Don't believe it until you try yourself or you read it as an evidence in some journals, right? So again, be very wise in choosing what you are doing. Make sure that you have some science into it. Make sure that there are evidences of it, and make sure that it is value for money as well. If I'm from Gujarat, So our patients are like, they will always ask 10 questions. At the end, the monetary thing always come into end. And few of the patient will say that, sir, you are charging 3.5 lakh rupees for Invisalign. I'll rather go and get my both the knees replacement done, right, in the same amount. So it's like, we cannot reap our patients off the money, because half of the time you are ending up paying more to the companies. So you are indirectly a sales representative of a company. Whereas we as an orthodontist, our skill and our importance is there as long as we utilize our brain, our fingers, our pliers and wires. I'm from Ahmedabad. This is my city. It's a UNESCO World Heritage City. This is my college and my staff. Yeah, I know that my hairs are a little different here, but this is me only, believe me. That's my family, and this is my practice in Ahmedabad. I graduated from GDC Ahmedabad in 1999, and I was privileged that at that time we didn't had an entrance exam. It was cumulative, your first two final years marks, and then you get immediately into PG. So 17th of August, my internship got over, and 19th of August I was in PG. So I was privileged to finish it everything at a stretch. So in 2002 I finished it. Let me just show you how the evolution happens. Sorry. You look at it, was a desktop was like this in 60s or 70s. Slowly everything like maps, your organizer, your notes, your everything else, your pictures, photo frame, everything came into the desktop. So there is an evolution. Why I'm saying is that, again, I'm going back to that you have to be rational. You can't be a last person that tomorrow somebody will say that, okay, this guy is the last guy who finished, like after that, the bags technique has become an obsolete technique. And as I told you that you will feel that this guy is crazy, why he's talking about fixed orthodontics in the era of drastic plastic. Why I'm telling you why I'm talking on this is because evidence speaks louder than the advertisement and commercial gimmicks. All of you are aware about this pyramid, and you're aware about the clinical application of that exact academic pyramid as well, that it is just a tip of iceberg. There are three types of orthodontics other than evidence-based orthodontics. YouTube-based orthodontics, how to make your fake braces look real, how to close using gaps. You just type it and you will see a lot of DIY orthodontics come into picture when you actually click on the YouTube. There is Facebook-based orthodontics. I do a lot of Facebook-based orthodontics. If none of you are there, you can just search the group, the World Orthodontic Study Club. I am an admin and moderator of the same group, and we have more than 13,000 orthodontists from across the globe. And third one is a manufacturer-based orthodontics. So we have a lot of problem with the manufacturer-based orthodontics as well nowadays. Okay, thank you. So create the smile that is best for your patient, not one that best suits your practice. What happens with a lot of online courses and what happens with a lot of online YouTube based orthodontics is, this is a prime example. I don't know why it's, yeah. So don't be one of him. What happens that if Only problem we see is a nail, and only tool we have is a hammer. We always used to bang on it, you know. So if we cannot do more, we dare not do less. Why I'm repeating this again and again? Because I would like to scratch your brain and go back to the biomechanics. When it comes to a biomechanics, I know half of you will sleep, but probably it's good that I'm talking about biomechanics, a little bit of biomechanics after coffee and tea. So let's hope. Now let's go back to the evidences, and then I'll tell you that why I'm talking about fixed orthodontics. There are two articles which considered to be, that is Neil Kravitz et al. And our own Nicholas Vaid is also is one of the pioneer in this article. This article was been published in 2020. As Invisalign improved, this was a sequel to a prequel which was been published in 2013, that a prospective follow-up study on the efficacy of tooth movement with Invisalign. Now there are conclusions. If you can go to the conclusion, I'll have to read it out line by line. The overall mean accuracy of Invisalign was 50%. I repeat, 50% only. It is not written here, but it is 50% only. Although this was marked improvement from 2009 study, the strength and weakness of tooth movement with Invisalign remained relatively the same. That means today we are talking at in 2023. So even after 14 years, whatever the weakness and strengths were there, it still remains the same. Can you show me one case of Invisalign where the extrusion of canine has happened? Can you show me one case of Invisalign where completely out of the arch canine has been brought into the occlusion with proper torque, right, and been finished within span of 1.5 to 2 years? I do a lot of Invisalign, I do a lot of clear correct. I am a KOL of clear correct as well. But when it comes to selection of patient, I always tell them that in your case, aligners won't work, right? So when you go out as an orthodontist, always try to be rational. There's nothing wrong in offering them fixed orthodontics. You will never become smaller if you offer them a fixed orthodontic treatment with the braces. The second is highest accuracy was achieved with the buccolingual crown tip, and that too only 56%. So even with the tip also, you're getting only 56% predictable result with the aligners. When we say Invisalign, that is one of the best with the R&D and one of the best with the evidences. So even with the Invisalign, even with the tipping, which our routine Howlis plate or Howlis tray would achieve, you know, if you incorporate labial bow and if you provide him space, then you can have a buccolingual tipping, which is better than this, more predictable than this. The lowest accuracy occurred with the rotation, 46%. And that too, when we talk about this 46%, it is about a tooth which is not rotated more than 20 degree. Maxillary incisor extrusion improved, but incisor intrusion remained a challenge. The percentage accuracy determined by best fit analysis on a predicted ClinCheck digital model may underestimate the product's overall clinical efficacy. So as such, the actual number of 50% accuracy may be less important than in confirmation that Invisalign appliance is improving, but still struggle with a specific type of tooth movements. I'm not talking about this. This is 2022 article published by AJODO, which says this. Author themselves, they're saying this. Now, as I told you, Kevin O'Brien has rightly wrote one article where he said that contrary to other medical fields, it is a common place in orthodontics that novel marketed products and treatment approaches are clinically adopted based on advertisement policies, apparently without the appropriate clinical evidences to make any clinical claims by the manufacturers. Sheldon Peck, I don't know how many of you would remember the Sheldon Peck's name also. Sheldon Peck has written one nice article in 2019, Engels Orthodontics. That was a special article, so Whether Orthodontics, where he said that Is our skill still evident? Our knowledge as an orthodontist still matters, or it is only a computer which will rule us and not us? And he has written it very nicely. And in the end, he said that yes, it matters the most, because computer can just predict based upon the data which you guys are giving, right? It has not still come up to that extent that it can, artificial intelligence is to augment, it's not to replace. So always remember this. Now let's go back to the age-old debate of, uh, debate of benefit and rationale of differential bracket slot size. So all PGs would be knowing that you would have even, I think, presented a seminar or attended a seminar, that there is a difference between 18 slot and 22 slot. What happens with the 18 slot is that you have a smaller slot. Generally, it is 018 into 028 in a size, and 22 slot it is 022 into 028 in size. So when you go to a slot size, how does it matter? For first order correction, second order correction, and third order correction, right? When it comes to a first order correction, sometimes we feel that more the play, it is better for first order correction or second order correction. But when it comes to a third order correction, we always feel that the more snugly it fits into the bracket or into the slot size, the better torque you have. Now, can you tell me one thing and just think over it? All of you would be doing 22 slot. Anybody does 18 slot? Ever did? Tried? One case? No. Okay. So, I came from a school of bag where we were completely been trained completely in a bag. There was no exposure to any standard edgewise or anything. And if my teacher used to come to know that if I have attended anything on straight wire or edgewise, it was assured that you'll have to wait for 1 more year, right? And so we were exclusively into bag only. So somebody who's coming from the philosophy of bag, switching over to straight wire was a little difficult. So because you are used for a lighter forces, you are used to deliver a lighter forces with the bag appliance. So it was easy transition for us from bag to 18 slot rather than going directly to 22 slot, because 22 slot the wire size increases, and then we were little, we had some apprehensions that okay, let's stick to 18 slot. So now we have done both 18 slot and 22 slot, and you know that what happens with the 18 slot is, did you ever try to fit 2125 SS arch wire in 22 slot? Anybody has ever tried and debonded any bracket? Forget about even SS, night eye, copper night eye, or even TMA? Nobody. So imagine, the last wire which you can fit in the 22 slot would be 1925. SS or 1925, night eye or 1925, TMA. So there is a play. When there is a play, you'll have to apply more force. That's the reason with the 22 slot, you need to do a lot of individual torquing. Either you're using a torquing key, or using a pre-torqued wire, or you're using a torquing auxiliary, because there is a play. In comparison to that, if you're using an 18 slot, when you're using an 18 slot and you try to fit the 1725 SS arch wire, it goes, if you have a level slot lineup and you have worked upon the 1725 night eye wire, 1725 SS goes easily. So now imagine 1725 arch wire in 18 slot and 1925 arch wire in 22 slot. So there is a more play in 22. There is a more force also in 22 as compared to the less force. As you know that increasing the wire size by double increases the force by, anybody knows, 8 times or 16 times? I give you two options. 8 times. So imagine the amount of force applied here and amount of force applied here. So even after applying those forces, what happens is you are ending up with, that's the reason if we always have a reservation of using Connecticut intrusion arch, because we don't know how much force has been applied. You will get an intrusion at the end, but 60% of those cases end up with root resorption, and this is very common. Try to recall those patients after 5 years and you will see, and you will actually feel bad about yourself and patient. Sometimes I couldn't even sleep. So it happens with everybody. So now, so this is a established fact that 18 slot works better for third degree, right? A third order correction, that is for talking. Whereas initial wires, if there is a play, that's good for you. If you have a more play, there is a less friction. And if you have a more play, there are chances of, not having more friction, and you are actually derotating it, you are uprighting it for first and second order correction. So now, rather than debating on this, why can't we have something where both the slots are there? So that was the plan why this bracket was been invented. So let's have a best of both, 18 slot and 22 slot, right? And then it was been introduced way back by a lot of orthodontists. The first one was, this guy Johnson, twin arch appliances. You would have read this twin arch appliance, at least in the theory. This was been published in 1947 in AJO. At that time, it was AJO. It was not a DO. It was only AJO. Then there was a universal appliance. Again, this was been published in 1967 by Dr. Robert. The original article of twin arch technique, revival of edgewise technique. It was been published in APOS in 2000 and I think this bracket itself was made up of PEEK. Lot of talk about PEEK right now. That is poly. Exactly. So this guy made I don't know, the resolution seems little difficult here. It has two slots, one slot, two slot, and two shutters. You open and you close it. He tried to make it, but somehow, it was very expensive to manufacture this and master this. So other than himself in a Germany, there were very few takers other than the Europe itself, because we were never aware about this appliance in India. Because in India at that time, I would say that Indian era of orthodontics changed after 2015. Now we are on a world map. Before that, we were actually struggling. It was very difficult for us to getting, something what has been happening in the world. Now, because of the digital revolution, we are on the one of the topmost. Now, if you look at US, 70%, 60 to 70% of US orthodontic department are being headed by people of Indian origin, right? That's the power of India right now. So now let's go back to the history of bracket evolution. All of you know that Engel devised 022 bracket, and his own student Steiner in 1952 he developed 018. So Engel, Steiners, and these are the inventor of double slot bracket, Janovic and Jushi. These are both are Brazilian orthodontist, and they do have a patent of it. Now, can you see something here? So this is basically 22. This is 18. The depth is ideally it should be 28. Rather, this is only 30. It is 30, not 28. This is 22 into 28. I'll tell you the reason why it is 30 later on. So when it comes to a double slot bracket, so if you can just scratch your brain and start thinking about where all we have seen double slot brackets other than the one which I'm talking about. So How many of you have ever done or seen a case is treated with a tip edge? Anybody? Have you ever seen the bracket? They are. Tip edge or tip edge plus? So they would be knowing that there is an underwire, which is night eye, which is been used for the second order correction, right? So this is a tip edge plus. Then now obsolete, Demon Q. So Demon Q also has one additional slot here. I think EaseLock plus what they have has a 3 slot. One is this, and then they have a vertical also. But vertical is only on the maxillary central lateral incisor for pins and hooks. It's very common to have double slot in lingual. So all of those who have done any lingual cases been done by any PGs? They do, no? They are scared. I'm not taking your exam, and there are remotest chances that I'll come as an examiner, so don't worry. So lingual has 2 slots, one occlusal slot and one gingival slot. You can see here clearly the horizontal and occlusal slot. This is how a typical double slot bracket looks in a patient. So when we're talking about double slot, so what's the idea of using a double slot? And I would say that when it comes to biomechanics, nobody can beat Bertie Melson as well as Dr. Giorgio Fiorelli. I attended his entire 2 months course of Dr. Giorgio Fiorelli in Italy. He conducts 2-week in-house course, 2 weeks entirely for biomechanics, and biomechanics, nothing else, where you will be bending wires ranging from round wire to blue algiloy to even the newer arch wire, that is titanium niobium arch wire, right? So this is a landmark article for it, which was been published in JCO in 2004. It's a piggyback in orthodontics, or as we say that passive and active overlay system. So all of you know that when it comes to treating some of the malocclusions like a lingually blocked out lateral incisor, a canine which is highly placed, a canine which is impacted, any other tooth which is impacted, even in that case, even for the intrusion, true extrusion. So when it comes to this, you guys would be definitely, your teacher would always say that, okay, apply piggyback. If you don't know, you'll go and ask your seniors. If they don't know, they'll go and refer some journals and they'll come back to you, and then you will apply it and you will achieve a good result with the piggyback. So basically, you are dividing segments in 2 ways: passive overlay system and active overlay system. So when you have a passive overlay system, you have one which is a passive unit and you have something which is an active unit. Passive unit generally holds whatever the side effect of active units are there. I have covered something for that also. So I'll just show you that how 6 geometries. Anybody heard about 6 geometries of Boston? Right? So this is a clear example of just following the Boston 6 geometry and avoiding the side effect of active system. So when you have something which is a rigid unit and then you have a flexible unit. So rigid unit will take care of unwanted tooth movement, and flexible will be inactive, and that will bring about the tooth movement. So this is basically about piggyback. You can just take a picture of this article and go back and read this article in a JCO in 2004. A wonderful article. All of you would be doing this because I saw some of the cases been shared with me today from the department, and they are using it, and I'm really happy that your teachers are really teaching you the basics of orthodontics, that is force mechanics. So these are active and passive overlay. So this is a typical piggyback. So this is your passive unit and this is your active unit. So now imagine what happens with this. Those who are into private practice and those who are doing piggyback would know that in a single slot, first you fit your SS arch wire, which is 1925, right? And then you try to fit something which is at least O14 or O13, nothing less than that, because less than that would not be really effective. So imagine 19 plus 13. So you're actually going out of your facial profile of your bracket. To hold it, again, you'll have to make a rigid point by using the ligature wires. So you're forcibly engaging it. And again, you are creating a joint which is biomechanically not correct. So rather than having all this problem, it is always better to have two slots. You have one slot where your rigid wire, which is a passive wire, will be there, and the one slot which is an active wire. So now you have two dedicated slot for it. One to take care of the unwanted tooth movement, and the other one is to bring about the desired tooth movement. Bidimensional orthodontics. Everybody knows about anterior 18, posterior 22, posterior 18, anterior 22, depending on whether you are treating an extraction case, whether you are treating something to bring about the torquing. So depending on your rationale and indications, you would use this. A lot of people right now doing it as well in their private practice. But what happens is your inventory will increase. You'll have to order that anterior bracket, you give me 18, posterior bracket, you give me 22. Then again, it comes to the wire. So it's cumbersome. So why not to have something where both the slots are there? You want to use only one slot, use one slot. You want to use both the slot, use both the slots. In 2009, it was been developed as a self-ligating bracket system. So now here this has a more depth. So 1830. Generally it has to be 1828 or 2228. Here it is 1830 because they made it an interactive bracket with the active shutter which goes like this. So the intention was to use this for third order correction during our finishing stages for bringing about more torque correction. So they thought that okay, this wire will go little inside, so wire will push off. So that's the reason rather than making it conventional 1822, they made it 1830 because they gave some room for pressing with this night eye shutter. You can clearly see here, this is the same. Somehow it didn't work well because they tried using it for almost 6-7 years. So then they came up with the second generation double slot conventional bracket. Again, it is 1830, 22, 28. So the gingival slot is always 18 into 30. Occlusal slot is always 22 into 28. There was more friction involved because there are two arch wire and then you have a shutter. So the very purpose of using any self-ligating system is to make the system devoid of any friction. So on the contrary, by using this too, there were more frictions. So then they thought of making it obsolete. So now you don't get any self-ligating double slot bracket as of now. So this was the first generation, this was the second generation. This is how a typical double slot bracket looks like. So you would have done enough cases in the department to know that, okay. See, advantage of second generation is you want to use 18 slot, use 18 slot. You want to use 22 slot, you use 22 slot. You want to use both the slots for piggyback, you use both the slot for piggyback. You want to use only one unit, anterior unit, and then you have an extraction case where you don't want to lose a torque in the interior. You place canine to canine 1725 arch wire in the gingival slot. So you are actually filling the slot, right? And use the occlusal slot, 22 slot, just for the retraction purpose. So while retracting, you will not lose the torque. The purpose is very simple. It becomes a very simple and predictable system as well, rather than going for incorporate some torque in the wire, then you engage and then you retract. So it becomes very simple. So all of, when you follow the KISS principle, is keep it simple, sir principle, this becomes a very simple thing. You know that, okay, you want to place this, do that. You can use both the slots. You can vary the slot as you need. If you wish to have anterior, you want to have torque control, and posterior you want to, then you can mix and match also. You feel that I want intrusion in the anterior. So in anterior you use gingival slot, posterior you use occlusal slot. Again it will become, you'll have a level slot lineup. Though in anterior you will be using gingival, here you will be using occlusal slot, so that the step which has been created inside the arch wire will be taken care of by intruding the anteriors or extruding the posteriors. I will show you some of the cases. The same thing you can use segmented mechanics. I'll show you one of the cases treated by us in the segmented mechanics. You can use two arch wires simultaneously in independent slot. We started using 2O12 or 2O13 arch wires in both the slot, and surprisingly it worked so well that within a month the crowding was been relieved, because there is an article by Dr. Ravindra Nanda which says that if you create a 4-point contact in a bracket, right, it acts like a rectangular wire. So if you have one wire on the gingival slot, you have a second wire in the occlusal slot, you are actually creating a 4-point contact, right? So geometrically it makes it as an that is rectangular slot. So you get faster resolution of crowding. These are some of the propagators and inventor of double slot bracket, Dr. Juchi, Dr. Genovich, and Professor Thayer Amit. That's a US patent of double slot bracket. So, okay, this is very important. PGs, you can take a picture of it because it is nowhere been given. Company should give this in the back of, at least they should know. Generally what happens, PGs nowadays, when we were doing PGs, our teachers were, you place one prescription next to your bed, you place one prescription chart next to your table, next to your mirror. I'm so sorry to say, but next to your place in your washroom. So this is the places where you will go and see every day. So we are all like-minded. So now just imagine you guys are using MBT and this is different. Why this is different? If anybody has a question, then I'll be really happy to answer that as well. So now you have anterior where one has 11 degree of torque. You have 11 degree of torque. Lateral incisor, you have 7 degree of torque. Canine, you have -2 degree of torque. Both the premolars, you have -7, -7. The important is tip. It is 5 degree. Okay, so torque is less than MBT. Tip is less than MBT. Then you have lateral incisor, which is 8 degree. Then you have canine, which is 9 degree, which is again different than the MBT. Then you have something which is 0 degree, 0 degree, 0 degree, 0 degree. When it comes to the lower, anteriors don't have tip, they don't have a torque. So it is 0 degree. When it comes to canine, -11 degree, unlike -6 or -7 in our MBT, which is depends which one you are going for. So -11 degree, then -17, -22, and then 0, 0. When you look at the tip, again tip, it is 0, 0, then you have 5 degree, and then again 0, 0. So now you can interchange a bracket of both molars and both the molars, 6 and 7, upper, lower, anywhere you want. Even if you flip it upside down, there won't be a problem because it is 0-degree tip and torque. The other thing is it doesn't have any offset. If you observe, it doesn't have an offset like how we have it in the MBT or Roth. Other bracket which you can interchange would be lower anteriors, which you can do in the MBT also. And you can contralateral side canine also you can interchange with the central incisor upside down, because it is -11. When you reverse it 180 degree, it will become plus, and then contralateral side, so the tip will remain the same. Okay. Anybody has an idea why there is a less torque and tip here? Any advantage biomechanically? What happens when we increase the tip and torque? You are actually making your anchorage, work more. They'll have to work more. So that's the reason there are 5 backs been given in MBT: bend back, less back, cinch back, right? Active tie back, and which is the 5th one? Are you reading MBT book or not? Okay, so you don't have to give less back here because you don't have a more tip. When you have a more tip and torque, they always have a tendency to go forward, right? So tip is less, torque is less. Just a second, somebody is calling me constantly, I'll have to answer. Now you'll get a question that if you have a less torque, what happens when it comes to the final stage? Because MBT has worked upon so many cases with the ideal occlusion, and they came to a conclusion these are the norms which we have to follow. Obviously, it was for Caucasians only. Nothing was been done. Nothing about the MBT standardized, normalized prescription for Indian norms, because we are following what Caucasian always gives us, right? Though we have some norms for cephalometric, but we don't have an individualized bracket for racial preferences. We don't get a bracket that, okay, Chinese race bracket, Asian race bracket, something like Negro race bracket. Ideally, it has to be there. So that's the reason now customized bracket come into the market, where you can actually customize the tip and torque. So when you have less torque, what happens in the end? Will you be able to achieve the torque or not? Can I ask you one question? Using a 22 slot and using with the 22 slot, if you are using 1925 arch wire, if you have a 17 degree of torque, do you think you achieve entire 17 degree of torque with that? Exactly. So picture will come somewhere near this. Now, when you say that, okay, 11, then when you place the arch wire, again there is a play. No. We always say that finish your cases with the third order correction, specifically in the gingival slot, where you have 18 slot and you are putting the 1725 arch wire. So virtually there is ultimately no play, and then you achieve a good torquing in the 18 slot. So eventually it becomes easy. Now when it comes to the offset again is sometimes you have a sitting class 2, which is the moment you do offset, then you feel that it has been corrected, right? So 5 degree of offset is there, but here there is no offset. So every authors has, I asked them that why you did not Then they said, no, we wanted to increase the versatility of using any bracket anywhere, especially for the molars. You can put it upside down or somewhere. So wanted to make it a little easier. And you can always, when you're using this, it is bound to, understand that you will be using a lot of wire bending. So when we were doing bags, we always used to give toe in. I'm sure, right? So every case is toe in, anchor bend. We used to give a lot of bands, Hossever band, take-up band, this loop, that loop. In fact, in GDC Ahmedabad, we didn't had any night-eye wire. I'm talking about 1999 to 2002. So we didn't had any night-eye arch wire because government was not providing us any night-eye arch wire. So we used to make vertical loops in every cases, severe. But at that time it was a daunting task. Now we love it that because we can make it in a jiffy. And even if in a consultation practice, if you go, I have seen youngsters, they are becoming really panic. I said, what happened? Sir, I don't have NITA and I have 4 cases. I said, so what? You can always use spatial plus, use 14 spatial plus or 16 and make looped arch wire and it will work. Or else if you have multi-stranded arch wire, but that's what the manufacturer based orthodontics is playing so much in your mind that you actually tend to forget that I am an orthodontist and I can play with the wire and I can use any wire for my own advantage. So I hope all of you click the picture of this. There are some reviews of literature, you can go through that. The article has been published in 2009, 2011, where they have used the twin slot bracket. Will not go into much of a detail of it because otherwise, if I'll keep on reading everything, then it will become easy. Again, the effect of newly designed twin slot bracket on severely malposed teeth, a typodont experimental study. Basically, a lot of this study has been done by Gang Shen in China. You can also do similar studies on using double slot for crowding correction, using double slot for torque expression, and you can do randomized trial also for the same because it has not been done till date. So I gave you an example. And I think we had a discussion about this and somebody from the department contacted me that they're asking for the ethical clearance. So when it comes to the ethical clearance, any of the bracket system in that context, what we are using, whether it is MBT, whether you're using a Roth, we don't never see any ethical clearance from any company. Like suppose if OMCO is giving you, OMCO would not give you ethical clearance. OMCO will, what they can give you is, OMCO will show you that, okay, this is US FDA approved, right? So something is US FDA approved, Indian CDSCO will always approve it. So these guys are in process of getting it done within a month or 1.5 months, where Indian even council will accept it, that okay, you don't need any ethical clearance for this. Mechanics. So what time will be breaking? Okay. I'll make one phone call because how can we put this off? No questions. Let's go to a difficult part. because this is a different prescription system. They followed a different prescription system. They didn't want to make it as I would say the mixture of Roth and Ricket, more or less, kind of Ricket Roth. So they are a lot of Latin American people, no, they don't believe, though Travis was from Brazil itself, but they are still following a lot of Boston's principle, and they are still following a lot of bioprogressive mechanics also. So that's the reason, because they feel that that race is different. That race is basically a cultural melting pot, kind of like a combination of South American Latino Red Indians and Spanish and Portuguese who came there. And after that, the race which South Americans have, no, they have a typical face, a thicker lips, little anterior divergent of face, right? And so they thought that why should we accept something where Caucasian norms been given to us? So they always believe in doing something which is custom. On the contrary, as I told you, what you do is, best way to do is that segmented arch wire from canine to canine, 1725 on your gingival slot. Then you use either using a 1725 or 1925 for retraction. What you are using for retraction, whatever, either with the loop mechanics or whether it is with the your active tie back or with whatever mechanics you're using. Yes. Now what happens is 22 slot. So when you're retracting it, generally what happens when you're retracting it, you're losing a torque. But here, because you have 1725 arch wire, which will not allow it to lose the torque because it is snugly fitted. So that's an added advantage. I have incorporated a schematic diagram of the same also for a better understanding. You have an overlaid slot, almost like 11-degree torque, and then 5-degree tip. Again, the other wire also has got a built-in torque drift. So, what about the anchorage? Don't you lose anchorage? No, you. Both the wires. Because what these guys consider is the second slot is a bigger slot. So, anyways, if you are using 1725, because see, generally what happens that in a bidimensional also, they say that when you're using undersized arch wire for retraction, there will be a least friction on the posterior. So rather than using a 1925, because you have a 1725 to take care of your torque in the gingival slot, that's what I'm saying. So rather than using a 1925 for retraction, use 1725, because in posterior it will be helpful. Yes, and then you place 1725 on the gingival slot, and then 1725 in occlusal slot, and then retract. So 1725 into 22 slot, there is a huge play, and you are not worried about any problem in the anteriors, because the yes, yes, and it is always beneficial to have something in O2 slot. If you have in posterior, if you have less friction, that is always beneficial. You get a faster retraction also. So you can try 10 of the cases like this, and you can even publish a study, because it has not been published yet. Any other questions? So when yeah, bonding, I'll tell you. Gingival slot. Unless you have something else in mind, because there is a distance of 1.5 mm between gingival slot and occlusal slot. Can I ask one question when it comes to biomechanics? So, what is moment? Force into distance. Force in distance is moment. Okay. What is beneficial? More moment for third order correction or less moment? Imagine, before answering, just imagine that whenever you have something here you'll have something invisible exactly on the opposite direction as well. So all of you know about Newton's law, first, second, and third. First is action and reaction. No. So that's a static, right? The second is acceleration, which is not applicable in orthodontics. Though we said accelerated orthodontics, but it is for the tooth movement. But we don't believe, orthodontist on orthodontics, we don't believe in force is equal to moment into acceleration, right? We don't have that acceleration here, because if that acceleration come into picture, probably next time patient comes, the teeth will be out of mouth, right? So law of acceleration doesn't come into picture. And the third one, very important, is action and reaction. For every action there is always a reaction, whether it is in orthodontics or in a married life, right? So whatever action you have, you'll have equal in magnitude but opposite in direction. So you imagine here, so many forces are been applicable here, and we are never been trained in India, unfortunately. After attending Dr. Giorgio Fiorelli's course, we came to know that how to calculate all the forces. We have never been trained that, okay, in a continuous arch wire, if you are applying in severe crowding, if you are putting a straight arch wire, which is, even though it is a copper nitide, it becomes a complex mechanics, so many forces are applicable that we don't have a count of how it works. Just look at this. So like, suppose if I'll ask you, residents, I'll ask you a question. If we are giving an anchor bend, all of you know what is anchor bend? Or let's see that if we are putting something like, suppose a cantilever spring. If cantilever spring is like this, and I'll have to activate it by taking it out, like your canine is here. So you made it something like this, you are engaging it. So what is more important in orthodontics, activation force or deactivation force? Deactivation force. Because deactivation force is something which brings about the tooth movement. It is not always an activation force which brings about the tooth movement. So whenever you are applying a force, depending on the distance from where you are applying the force, there will be a moment. If you are applying from far away, there will be more moment. If you are applying from nearby, there will be less moment. So suppose if cantilever has been applied from second molar or first molar, and your canine is somewhere, somewhat, I would say 15 mm far, okay, and the distance is 15 mm, you are applying a 10 gram of force. 10 is 100 gram, let's say. So 15 mm into 100, that is 1500 millimeter gram millimeter is your moment. So if you don't think about it much, what happens is, you just wanted to upright it, rather you will distalize it. If patient doesn't turn up within a month or 2 months, because of the moment, there will be so much of moment into it. So always keep this in mind. Or if you don't want to keep all this thing in a mind, it is better you have 2 slots. One slot will think about all this. I don't have to think about it. I'll put the rigid wire and make it stationary, so I don't have to calculate all the forces. How many of you have heard about 6 geometries of orthodontics? No. None of you? Read it well. I'll show you how. Like, imagine this condition where you have 1 1 and 2 1. Both are like this. And we have a habit of placing the arch wire, right? Everybody, including me, my PGs, everybody. So when we place the arch wire like this, what kind of movement there will be, what kind of forces been applicable. So when you do like this, you have something, this is a moment ratio, right? Equilibrium moment and then the vertical forces. So when you apply, so you have on 2-1, you have intrusive force, on 1-1 you have extrusive force, and then you have two moments like this in the root, and then you have one moment, equilibrium moment. As I told you, no, for every moment there will be an opposite moment, equilibrium moment, because sum of all forces and sum of all moments should be zero in a state of equilibrium. Then only we say that force system, any orthodontic force system, is proper when sum of all the forces and sum of all the moments are zero. So now these are sum of all the forces. Like suppose vertical force, so this is x plus, this is in x minus, and then you have this and this. So if you do sum of this moment, then there will be equilibrium moment. So this system becomes zero, this systems become zero. So net result would be, when you apply the wire, you have something like this, and the 2-1 will intrude, 1-1 will extrude a little bit, not much, and then you have root which will go like this and crown which will go like this. So this is the ideal situation. Likewise, there are 6 geometries. This is geometry 1, geometry 2, where you have an angulation. This, the theta is 30-degree angle. Here the angle is reduced, where 1-1 is not so much tipped. It is only half. Then, so accordingly, if you look at this, where exactly we come to a picture which is good for us is a V-bend principle. Everybody knows about Mulligan's common sense mechanics. So this was a precursor for Mulligan's common sense mechanics. Now you look at the geometry 6. When you apply the arch wire, one moment on this way, the other, because both in different direction, one on the positive, one on the negative, so sum of it will be zero, and there won't be any intrusive or extrusive forces. So this is a most stable condition. Sum of all the forces and sum of all the moments are zero. But do you think clinically it is possible for us to get every cases as per our wish? Or otherwise what we do is we have to keep on changing the bracket positioning to make it geometry 6 in every cases. Geometry 6, okay, it has moved now. Again, change it, make it geometry 6. It is not possible for us. This was a revisited article by Dr. Boston and Coing. And now it has been again revisited by Dr. Boston and Choi. A very nice graphical representation been given by my friend Dr. Gustavo from Brazil. Just look at it. This is a geometry 1 where both the angles are same. So what happens when you place arch wire? Because we never think about these things when we place the arch wire. We think, okay, next visit, everything will be done, everything will be aligned. So this is a moment generated in the arch wire. And then there will be a second. So the reactional force is extended to the bracket. So did you see one moment is being generated by this and the other counter moment is being generated by this? So one will have an intrusion, the other will have an extrusion. This is geometry 2. where this angle is half than this. Then you have a geometry 3. Because theta is 0, obviously the moment ratio will become 0. So even if this theta A doesn't have a problem, but when you engage the arch wire, right, there is a moment being generated. And automatically, again, even if it is not in problem, there will be an extrusive movement there. So Dr. Giorgio Firoli always used to say that lower the geometry, cut the wire. I'll explain you what exactly it means. This is geometry 4. Surprisingly, in geometry 4, moment is not being generated on theta A. Geometry 5. And very ideal for orthodontist is a geometry 6, where it is predictable. It works in our favor. So now imagine the same situation. This is just, we are talking about 2 teeth. We don't have a 2 teeth only. At the max, if we are 5 to 5, if you consider as a bracket, we have a 10. So your 1 1 will have a different geometry with 2 1. It will have a different geometry with 1 2. And likewise, so there are 10 teeth. So when you have 10 teeth, there are different geometries everywhere. This is a very nice essential biomechanics. They have a website also. You can go to that, and it is wonderful biomechanical videos about force and force mechanics. Dr. Gustavo Gamero. He even has an app. You can download the app, and few of the things are free. So what happens is, Dr. Giorgio Firelli always used to say that to make the system more predictable, for you, any geometry between 2 bracket becomes easier to calculate. When you have more than 2 teeth, it becomes very difficult and complex to calculate the forces applicable at various level. So when you don't know what kind of forces have been applicable, sometimes the movement becomes unpredictable. Especially, I don't know if you have ever treated any open bite cases, vertical grower, who were otherwise normal, and the next sitting if they come, and then you will see there is an open bite, right? Because there is a severe crowding, and you try putting continuous arch wire, and because of all these geometries, what happens, like suppose if 5 4 has a geometry 1 between them, and you try to place the arch wire where 4 will intrude, 5 will extrude, and what does vertical grower will end up with? Open bite, right? So Fiorelli always says that lower the geometry, you don't know how it works, then cut the wire. Cut the wire as in make it segmental. So the basic principle of using double slot is not to calculate all this complex movement. It is not possible practically, even in academics, right? Forget about clinic. My teacher always used to tell me, because in final exam, PG final exam, we used to make stage 3 auxiliary with the torquing wire and everything. So my teacher told me after placing it that this is the last time you're placing stage 3 auxiliary in your life. And I was like, sir, I won't remember me. And that was actually last time, because when you came into practice, practice is completely a different ball game. You don't have a time to calculate all this. There is a software called occlusogram. You can write down occlusogram, which is again been developed by Fiorelli and Dr. Bertie Melson. So if you digitize your model and put that model in occlusogram and you plan your wire, then it will show each and every force is applicable everywhere. What kind of moment been generated, force is applicable, which geometry it is. But again, a practical implementation of that would again become very difficult in day-to-day life. So to get rid of all this stuff, why not to have a second slot where we are absolutely sure that, okay, there is a geometry, no problem. What I'll do is I have something where that slot is absolutely rigid. So it will prevent the unwanted, like suppose in geometry 3, what happens is you have theta A, which is absolutely normal, 0 degree. And then you have theta B, which is like 15 degree. So when you place the arch wire, because you're placing an arch wire from here to here, even if this doesn't have any angulation, it will still move. So instead of that, imagine that you are excluding one tooth, you're making everything other as a level slot lineup. You have one slot which is absolutely easy for this, or you can make it a segmental slot as well. You place the arch wire, tighten it, and then you use other arch wire for other moment. You don't have to worry about all these moments and forces and all. So now, any questions until now? Or you want a coffee or tea? Continue. No? Yes. Perfect. Perfect. So now, which are the good cases for double slot bracket? Hi to all online participants. So, which cases are good enough for double slot? Generally, all the cases are good enough for double slot where single slot can work. But there are certain cases which works well with the double slot as compared to the single slot. The cases where you require piggyback, the cases where you require intrusion, the cases where you require when you have impacted canine, the cases where you have impacted other teeth, the cases where you have an extraction cases and you don't want to lose the torque. So I think most of the cases it works well. Depends, sometimes a simpler cases, you feel that it is a class 1 malocclusion and crowding case only. So it's okay if I don't. In those cases also, if you use a 2 undersized arch wire, you can make a 4-point contact and it works well for early relieving of crowding as well. Yes, in many cases, many such cases, we will show you also. You can actually bypass using TADs and difficult mechanics. TAD is not a difficult thing, right? But imagine the moment you tell your patient that I'm going to put one screw in your jaw, half of the patient will screw, then we'll have to say that don't worry, it will not pain. That means you'll give injection. Okay, I don't want screw. Whatever result I achieve without screw, you do it. Right? Half of them will tell this. But even then, somehow we convince them and we place it. But if it comes to treating your own kids or your siblings or your relatives, I will not put 10 TEDs in my child's mouth for sure. I am not gonna put. Right? I do have 2 sons. Both of them has a crowding. But I'm not going to put any TAD into them. I'll try to make it as easy as possible for them. Because we have a reservation that 10 screws, even being an orthodontist, right? So you don't need all this fancy mechanics and all, because simple mechanics can work best with this. These are some of the questions. Like now I made it a little interactive. We can have an interaction if you want. Whenever I use a double slot, do I need to work with 2 arch wires? Not needed. Your wish. If you wish to, you can. It's not needed. Just see, consider this as one tool you have. You have an extra slot. If you want to use it, use it. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. Not necessary that you use it. What happens with this when you have a single arch wire, the combination which you can have with the wire and bracket slot are very limited. But when you're using a 2 slot, the combination with which you can use wires and bracket slot, it increases. So as I told you, few of the cases work well with it. That's a molar intrusion. Sorry, again, yeah. Your question. So how is the double slot bonding is taking gingival slot into consideration. So you always take a gingival slot as your reference slot and then you bond it. So this is how you bond it. Okay. Something different, like suppose if you want that, okay, I want to bond something which is 1.5 mm, like suppose if you are following SAP protocol, right? So here you have a guidance that, okay, this slot and this slot are apart by 1.5 mm. So the moment you use this, that means you have already placed this 1.5 mm gingivally. So what is the advantage of using double slot? Imagine there are 21 possibilities in one slot, 3 different alloys and 7 different diameters. But when you use a double slot, you get 442 possibilities, mix and match you can do. See this. So blue is a thermal niti, or you can consider copper niti. Copper niti, red is again a thermal niti, and you have green, which is SS. Is there a sequence of for anyone who is starting the double slot technique? Generally, there are no clear-cut guidelines about this. It's not a rocket science. If you're using a simple technique, the same way you can apply it here as well. But my take would be to start using either O12 or O13 copper niti in occlusal slot. Why in occlusal slot? As I said, that to take an advantage of play. So if you are using O22 slot, using O13 for your first order and second order correction, you have a less play, more play, and you have a less friction, so that you can bring about those moments easily. Keep it for good enough time of 3 to 4 months. And after 2 to 3 months, second O12 arch wire in gingival slot. So now you have 2 arch wire. One O12 or O13. So in occlusal, you keep it for 2 to 3 months, then go to gingival slot, place another arch wire, again 2 to 3 months. I know that for initial alignment, you will keep wire for 4 to 5 months. That is too much for, patient will feel that, because a general perception is that every month wire has to be changed, then only installments come, right? So educate your patient. You can just simply change the O-rings or remove it and place it again, and then you can ask for installment. So you can do this also. What happens with this is that along with the first order correction, when you have two arch wire, as I said previously also, you will start having immediately a second order correction, because it will act like rectangular arch wire. Third is after 4 to 6 months of the treatment. Generally, we insert O16 copper nitide or heat activated nitide in gingival slot. See again, occlusal 22, gingival 16. So now rather than using occlusal, now switched over to 16, that is gingival. So when you are using a 16 arch wire in gingival slot, you are almost filling the slot, almost, because there is an 18 slot and you are using copper nitide, which is 16. So whatever the first and second order correction is left behind will be taken care of, and you will get a good alignment and level slot lineup. The moment you have a level slot lineup, you can always go to the nitide arch wire, rectangular nitide. So after at 6 to 9 months of treatment, 1622 copper nitide wire is placed in the gingival slot. So this is your third arch wire, O13 or O12. Then you have O16. This is 1622 copper nitide. Again, I am saying that by 1622 generates less force as compared to the 1925 arch wire. So whatever Demon says that biologically acceptable, then you use a lighter arch wire, then you have a better arch development. Story and Smith article comes into picture: lighter the force, better the movement. So you are reducing the force, as at the same time you are filling the slot. So now when you fill this 1622 into your rectangular slot, the third order will start getting corrected as well. Keep it for good 3 to 4 months. Fifth and the last wire, that is 1725 stainless steel wire. So now you understood, you are using occlusal. I'm talking about a simple cases. You can mix and match. Imagine you're using occlusal wire only once to begin with. So O13 occlusal, keep it for 3 months. Another O12 or O13. So you're actually making a 4-point contact. So second order will start correcting. Immediately switch over to 16 in a gingival slot. So you're filling the slot. Level slot lineup will happen. The moment level slot lineups happen, you're switching over to rectangular 1622 copper nitide or heat activated nitide. So again you start getting third order correction. Once it has been done, 1725 SS arch wire in gingival slot, which will completely snugly fit the slot. So you get a good third order correction as well. So fifth wire and you are done. And what you can do is, this will remain for 2 to 3 months and should be placed in gingival slot, that is in 18 slot. So this is in general an arch wire sequence. If you want to take a picture, you can take a picture, but don't make it as a hard rule here, and don't try to bypass your teachers also, that no, Ajay Kubawat has shown this sequence only, I will use this sequence only. This is just what is comfortable to me. Could be your professors or your teachers or your seniors or yourself can come up with some good ideas of using it in the occlusal slot as well. You can come up with that, but keeping everything in mind and keeping the forces as light as possible and getting all the correction done, this is what we have thought of. So basically 5 wires and you are done, as I told you. So this is a typical case of occlusal arch wire in occlusal slot. What is the prescription of molar? It is 0 degree, right? 0 degree tip and torque. So any molar tube you can use in any molar. There won't be any problem. And generally company gives you only bonded tubes. Again, no hard rules. Nobody and nowhere it has been mentioned that you can't do a welding with the bondable tube. You can always do that. We have done it, right? So in cases where you need TPA, in cases where you need NTA bite plate along with this, I would always advise you to band rather than bond. And every kit comes with 7 to 7 bracket, 6 and 7 both bondable. Always make a habit of bonding 7. Don't bond in only cases where you intended to show in the exam. All cases are exam cases, right? There are nothing like 10 cases, exam cases, and rest all I will transfer. I don't know how it works here, but I have seen in my PGs that they'll always, you know, the game called Kho. The transfer cases will be like footballs only. So that should not happen, right? I went to Australia in 2018. Sir, he was talking about Dr. 12th tree. So it is a 12th trees department, and he's 6 feet 4 inch, 5 inch tall guy. And I happened to be there and oversee their exam also, because I went through IOS. IOS has international MOUs. So I went through IOS as an adjunct faculty. Here we are planning the similar thing for university in Japan or USA. So there I spent 1 month, and in that exam. So when we have an exam, we are actually used to see 5 cases treated, 2-3 different cases, one total 10 cases done. The examiner was Theodore Eliades and Dr. Kevin O'Brien, right? So you have big table, put the plaster on table. How many cases you have treated in your post graduation? They said 100. Put all the 100 cases. I will pick 10 cases out of those 100 cases. So that means you understood. See, all cases are exam cases, not only 10 cases. And it was really amazing. 3 days exam. And they had to show everything, like every case is an Australian board case. So the moment they give an exam, along with that second day, they have an ABO exam, Australian Board of Orthodontics. And then you go through that also. So all 100 cases has to be kept for exam. I know many of them would be cursing me that why you are giving an idea. Can we use mini implant with double slot? You can use anything you want. Does the double slot eliminate the use of transpalatal bar, mini implants, lens button, and other auxiliaries? Up to certain extent, yes, it does. Then it depends on your mechanical mind, your technical mind, and your rational mind to think about the mechanics, that how you want to use and utilize that. There are certain questions which come in where double slot bracket system works well. If you have generally, if you're not using double slot bracket, how do you plan to intrude it? If you have a molar extrusion and you want to intrude the molar, like suppose a supra-erupted molar, so how do you do it other than using TEDs? I think you will not have an answer, because your generation is, you know, they're accustomed to see one palatal, I use the elastic, I'll intrude it and done. Okay. Any simpler way? Bite block, very good. But do you think patient wears bite block? Or you'll have to be really crude and do a fixed bite block? Again, then patient will come up next time and say that I have a problem, clicking sound, you know. Now imagine A similar case here, you have two. For molar tube also you have a two slot. Both the slots are 1.5 mm apart from each other. So look at this picture. What you'll have to do is, right, you place the initial arch wire in occlusal slot, which is 13 or 14. Once it gets aligned, what you have to do is, you can simply change this to here. I'll show you. Now you can use two arch wire, as I told you, because second, we always say that use two arch wire for a better first and second order correction. So you achieved it. And then this is SS. As I told you, green, consider green as an SS arch wire. You can use rectangular SS in gingival slot. And then you have occlusal slot, which is empty right now. So you have 1725 SS steel here, and then you can use 14 or 12 or 13. First you use in rest of the tooth other than 6 in the occlusal slot, in 6 in gingival slot. Why in gingival slot is that we want to reduce the deflection, right? And what, when you apply the force here, so when you're trying to intrude it, there are chances that it might flare buccally also. For that, what you can do is you can either use a TPA inside. It has an extended arm. You can put a bondable button palatally, and you can use elastic or elastic, anything, elastic chain or something like that. And as the molar intrudes and deflection reduces, you can use everything in the occlusal slot itself. Now what happens is you will come to this, so you can make a loop. Either you can make a loop so that this problem doesn't come, or what you can do is, this is 0 degree tip, 0 degree torque. What if I'll reverse it upside down? So this hook will come on the occlusal surface. So on the contrary, it is good, because you can even have a more option of intruding it more. Why? You can from this wire you can even go this way, because then there is a hook which multiple options you have, and it is simple mechanics. Not using any pad, right? You're not using any other things like bite block and all, which is really difficult for patient. So either this way bypass band, or this way you can do it. And after the molar is completely intruded, what you do is, because whatever the flaring has happened, you place rectangular niti. So again torque will come into play, right? Because this is 0 degree. You consider this is a 0 degree. Once the molar is intruded, again you can use 1725 SS arch wire gingival slot. In the end, you can use two arch wire for whatever torque correction is required, because this is 0 degree. What happens is the torque from the adjacent tooth will be carried forward to this also to correct whatever tipping has happened. That was passive. Now you can use it as an active overlay also. The same way, you want to increase the space. First you align it, then you place the SS arch wire, then use open coil spring, increase the distance, then you will get a space. Again the same mechanics you can use, same thing, but now you have a space, because make sure that you have a space been created for this. This is very difficult when you're using a single slot bracket, believe me. Though it looks very simple, even with the intrusion along with the TAD, unless and until you create the space, I mean you're creating a space like this, again your molar will come into, there will be interference from the molar as well. Whereas in this, it becomes so easy, like you don't have to worry. And I've seen two of your cases also, they've been treated like this. It is good, really happy to see that. Similar thing, here we have used, what we have used is, either you can make a bypass band like this, or you can even cut the wire and you can make it segmented. There's no problem, right? And it will come in a Ziffy, like, and imagine you have you have a built-in distance of 1.5 mm. So you have an option of moving anything 1.5 mm occlusally or gingivally, or make a deflection of 1.5 mm in anything. So that makes this appliance very versatile. The number is very small. You feel that 1.5 mm distance between two bracket, but getting 1.5 mm, aligners, if you attend any of the courses of Invisalign also, they say 1.5 to 2 mm of intrusion, true intrusion is predictable with the aligner. That too after 60 aligners. Here you have a deflection built into it. If you want more deflection, you can place the bracket little up and down and you can get more deflection also, and you get a true intrusion. These are similar cases, which is, this cases otherwise are very difficult, though looks very simple in this. Otherwise it is very difficult. You'll have to use elastics, and sometimes you'll have to, debond it and again do a repo, and then you do it. Whereas in this, nothing, you have changed here, everywhere it is in gingival slot, occlusal slot. You place it in a gingival slot, you're making a deflection of 1.5 mm. They will extrude, and then you will end up like this within a month or two, which is a very faster movement. Similar kind of situation. Again, one wire, occlusal, then you place two arch wire. Make sure that you have a space. If you don't have a space, you can use an open coil spring and you can bring this down. This is SS, this is SS, again SS. Use night eye. You can use, it's a very simple thing. Open bite case. Entry open bites also very easy to treat with this dental open bite. I repeat, right? Skeletal, when it comes into the play, make sure that it's skeletal, which is case. So any camouflage open bite treated easily with this. Alignment of posteriors, you don't touch anterior at all. So you align it, night eye, then two night eye as said, then 16 in gingival slot, 1622 in gingival slot. Sequence is same, which I told you. 1725 in gingival slot. Now you can make take-up loop or bypass band, something like this, and then you use occlusal slot. Now you're not worried about posterior segment. There will be a true extrusion of the anteriors, and there won't be any side effect as per the 6 geometries of Boston, because you don't have to worry about this, right? After 2 months, did you see here distance? Here we placed it. After 2 months, we moved it to gingival. So again, you get an option of 1.5 mm extrusion, which has been activated more. Then you come to this, replace it with rectangular, night eye and SS. You don't have to use any elastics like this here. You don't have to use any TEDs. You don't have to do any repositioning of bracket. Simply by changing the variable slot. Use one slot, gingival slot or occlusal slot. You always get an option of, imagine if upper and lower has 1.5 mm distance, then if you're changing, you're getting an option of 3 mm correction, right? Maxillomandibular. So that's huge. Again, similar case. This case, you can see here, the similar which I had shown you. This is an intrusion case. That was an extrusion case. Now, when you're intruding, make sure that you do a proper space analysis and you do have a space, right? Once you enough intrusion, then you do this. Sorry. So again, similar thing. One night eye, two night eye, rectangular night eye, SS, bypass band, use night eye, first in gingival, then in occlusal, and you are done. Look at this case. Similar case. Now you look at the gingival margin and gingival health also. Can you see here? This is occlusal, this is gingival. And you look at this. Now for this, what will happen is, in most of the cases, for such case, I am sure you will use TADs. If you don't use TADs, what you will do is you will have a relative intrusion. You will give either anterior bite plane and then you will forcibly extrude the posteriors. Again, that is unstable. Whereas in this, the result is very easy, predictable, and you are getting at least 2 to 3 mm of true intrusion. And it's very easy, simple, and biologically acceptable as well for root. No flaring. Yeah. Please. No, nothing. Space inside the arch. You do a space analysis first, and then you intrude. There was a space. There was no IPR been involved. Only what we did was enameloplasty. No. You can even use, we were discussing with him. Similar case, for section case, imagine this is SS arch wire in occlusal slot. So either you are using 1925 SS arch wire in occlusal slot to prevent loss of torque in the anterior. Rather than that, see, use gingival slot 1725 arch wire, incorporate power arm. You can even use TAD, and from this TAD to this power arm, and you get a true translation, right? And you are as close to the center of resistance as possible of maxilla and maxillary teeth as well. So there won't be any problem. But make sure that you have an undersized arch wire in the occlusal slot. Otherwise, there will be too much of friction. So such cases can be treated as well. I had to make this in schematic representation because we are working on this case in the department. So as soon as I have it, I will share with you and you have a look. I have a lot of cases, but I'm afraid that probably the time constraint would not allow us to see all the cases. Even department also, I would have, those cases would have been, I would have included here, but because not edited, 11:30 night yesterday, I around 12, and then I got up at 7. Cases are good, very good cases. You can 1622 also, because that wire, you're not worried about the posteriors. Friction. (1725) SS arch wire. 1725. That was also 1725. Then it makes sense. If you use anything less than that, probably you lose the torque. Because that's where I said the occlusal arch wire should be undersized. So when you're using 1622 or 1725 in 22 slot, probably the play is so much that you hardly get any expression of the torque. If you're using 1925, as well as 1725 in gingival slot, then it is a problem. It is really taxing. Then I think the law of acceleration come into picture and teeth will come out. So you should be rational. Whatever you're using, use your brain, that how much force has been applied, what is a play. So sometimes what is a disadvantage of bracket and slot and wire interface will become an advantage here. Because you have a less friction, it can simply retract easily, and you're not losing on anything, and you don't have also. Look at this case. I told you, the four, yeah. We are still working on. I said that this is schematic thing which we came across, and we are working on it. In fact, in my department, we have a randomized trial going on this. So I'll be definitely updating you guys. Even if I have lost the talk, I will admit it. I wish that I don't. Yeah, but lower slot, I'm not using it for any torque. Upper slot, if you have a 1725 arch wire, hypothetically, in 18 slot, you should not. Yeah. No, posterior, then again problem is the posterior, no? It will not hold the posterior. That's the problem. So for occlusal also you have to use undersized arch wire. There can't be a fixed length, but you can see here. Yes. So these are schematic diagrams. Lower which premolar, first or second? Lower has a -17 and -22. Upper torque is still -7, -7. Up tip is 0 degree. Torque lower, first premolar -17 degree, second premolar degree. Do we want to tax the anteriors unnecessarily with double torque? So you mean to say the higher wire rather than 1725, we should retract with the 1925? Why? See,
You put a 1725 on the gingival slot and twist it. That means you have expressed the torque later.
no, but the whole purpose here is not to lose a torque while retraction. Why should we do a round tripping?
But you are taxing on the anchorage also.
We are not taxing on the anchorage.
This full size, almost like full size arch wire with 11 degrees top.
See, this arch wire is segmented.
No, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about general.
No, in general also, when you are retracting, in extraction cases, it has to be a segmented arch wire from canine in gingival slot. The purpose is that you hold the torque of anteriors. There is nothing posterior on the gingival slot, and then you have undersized arch wire, which is SS in the occlusal slot. So now what happens is you're using a 920 and you're using a 1725. 1725 will have a to the 1925 here. At the same torque of anterior. So here you're not losing any torque because torque has been taken care of by 1725 slot, 15 slot. Here we are using a
I'm not talking about, sorry, talking about implants and this. I was talking about the normal mechanics.
you can use TP use, and anyways in every cases you see we always include 7. So in bidimensional technique, if you feel, think bracket as well, providing anterior 18 slot, 22 slot, is that you use 7 arch retraction. So what happens is posterior 17 arch wire in the posterior slot, so that there won't be a friction. So on the not losing on anchorage, because anchorage comes into picture when you have more friction. So that is what the purpose is. So here both the things have been taken care of. Forested end brackets will cost you around 8,000, 9,000 rupees. And there you don't have an option of second slot if you want to do something like this. No, no, regular. Yes. Same. 1725 full size arch wire in the gingival slot, canine to canine, and undersize arch wire in the occlusal slot. Canine to canine. Anything. Or lower as in maxillary or mandibular you're talking about. Occlusal is 22. It's not necessary that you use 22 for torquing. In my initial slide only I told you that 18 slot is wonderful for torque expression because there is a less play. 22 first and correct. So you using gingival slot only for your torque. So you give 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 segmented, done, and then you use occlusal slot for retraction purpose. There are two. One, you're right. So open up also during retraction. You can come up with your own ideas also, because this is something how you use your thinking. So this is something new which we came up. 5th of April 2022, 12th of April 2022. Yes. 2 arch wires. Some of these movement are because of and extrusion of the lateral. But you just look at the correction within a week because of 2 arch wire in 2 slots. Shall we break? 1. You tell me. कोई प्रॉब्लम है इसमें कुछ? I'm here for this only. I know you don't have a say, but even then I'm asking you. It's fine if I finish the cases. For bonding, what I'll prefer is that I will show 1 or 2 bonding.
Cases which are going to be for bonding down, we have the records. If you give the mail ID, I forward to you.
Or you can just place the pen drive. Or else when we present it, no, rather than this, you can connect it to the other laptop. That is better. So for bonding case also, I would prefer that there is no rocket science. You'll have to just use the gingival slot. I'll be happy if I'll just show the one and the rest of it will be done by residents. That will be good enough because they'll have, and they're already doing cases, so there won't be a problem. LSCC. And it is up to the overnight slot? Overnight slot. Gingival.
How these slots is helpful in braking mechanics? Can we use one slot in the overnight and undersize in the water current? Can we bring the posterior front?
Yeah, we can. We can. So anyways, it will work, like depend on, you can even, what you can even use is use only a gingival slot, extend the wire, where wire is going, place the TAD. You got it? 1725 arch wire. 1725 arch wire in gingival slot. Extend the wire arm vertically. Place the implant. This is a rigid. You know biocreative orthodontics? So something like that you can create here. And then you protract the posterior. That way also it can work. So depend on the way you want to use it. So you get one slot dedicated for some mechanics and the other slot will come into picture for your advantage. These are the simpler cases. I'll go a little faster for these cases. Typical piggyback. We use pink elastic for females. So. Generally, we bond it, but if needed for any other purposes or auxiliaries, you can always band it. active overlay. Anybody is aware about MPA? So that comes very handy in this. These cases are very simple and easy. I think one of your cases also like this, where the extraction has been done, and then on the in the SS archway you're using open coil spring to create a space for canine. That is good. Yeah, if you use a night eye and you're using a copper night eye coil spring, okay, so as per the Rohit Sachdeva, there won't be any much of a side effect if you're using a copper night eye coil spring and a copper night eye arch wire. But make sure that you are not crossing exactly 1.5. So MPA also come into picture into this, like if you're using MPA multi-purpose attachment, that will be very handy in such cases. These are all initial cases long back. So this is what happens with geometry. When you try to bring this down, you'll have intrusive forces here. These are one of the few of the best cases, I think. Dr. Students from Srinivas there? No, no. Online. No, no. I'm one of my private patient, clinic patient. I referred to Praveen for, because patient, yes, similar case. You guys are using cautery or laser or surgeons or perio? Surgeons. Soft tissue perio or hard tissue? Nothing like that. Everything is surgeon. There is something called a ceramic burr, ceramic tissue burr. So if you only have soft tissue impaction, those burrs are amazing burr. Very expensive burr. You can use it with physio dispenser and excellent result with exposure for exposures. And even you can use a simple cautery machine also, and you can do it yourself in private practice. In college, you have to go through the channel only. You can mix and match a lot of segmented mechanics here. The advantages of using segmented mechanics is that you have a rigid joint where it will prevent the reciprocal side effect of any mechanics you're using. See other, can you see here? This is gingival slot we are using. This is occlusal slot we are using. As this was extruded, we are using something separately on the 6 and 7 tube. So this advantage also you have. You can use it separately as well. Yes. And here it is different. We are bypassing 6 because this was completely buccally out. So you can use this to get in a line. Just to maintain the space. You don't have to worry about rotation, no, because you are in full size arch wire, 1725 it is. Still this is happening. These are very simple cases. You can see, what you can notice here is, yes, this is all occlusal to gingival. So you get 1.5 mm of deflection here easily. And the deflection would be in terms of, depending on this distance also. If you have more interbrachial distance, that will generate more moment. Yeah. Single slot. Look at this. There was a lateral tongue thrust as well. Now you look at it. So there is a deflection of 1.5 mm. Supraeruption. Again, these are easier cases. Molar intrusion. This is a case from my department. Few of the cases were from my practice. This is a case from the department. It was kind of bimaxillary, skeletal bimax, but features were like class 2 DIV2 as well, dentally. And both the canines were completely out of the arch. So what we thought was extracting the all first premolars using T-loop in one slot and using niti in the other slot, and giving a fixed bite plate to start with the lower arch as well. In my geographical area, we do get lot of class 2 DIV2 cases, severe class 2 DIV2. Look at all the canines. We do have a lot of fluorosis also, because fluoride content in that part of Gujarat and Rajasthan is very high. You guys wouldn't be getting any such cases, right? Fluorosis, very less. So here it's anterior bite plate. So we started the lower arch simultaneously. This was bonding, the initial arch wire. Then we have a T-loop in all four quadrants. This was August 21. Month only, within a month. September 21. November 21. December 21. 22. March 22. So from here to here, almost 9-10 months. This is another case. We get lot of class 2 due to, as I said, 60% of our cases are class 2 due to. So we believe in treating them non-extraction to begin with, because that's basically a class 2 in C2. The moment you align the anteriors, the mandible will completely come forward in 80% of the cases, and even in the non-growing patient, right? And you get a wonderful result non-extraction. So this was, I think, 3 months apart, and I'll show you the mechanics also. We didn't start the lower arch at that time, but look at this and look at this. I'll show you the mechanics now. The another case, again class 2 D2. Something like this we make. It's so there is a loop, there is a helix here, there is a helix here, to make it really flexible and to reduce the forces. And then we engage this from here to here like this. You can observe it here clearly, something like this. This is another case, again class 2 D2. So this is Boston's his own article. It's an interesting article. You can take a picture and you can read about it. 77 it was been. So this is something like a settle-in intrusion arch. You guys must be using settle-in, right? A lot of cases. We have few cases which before going for bending we can show it here, because again I'll have to compile it everything. This is a very nice video. If you want, I can share cases on the. Why music doesn't come? It will not come. This is a good video that why we should not believe only in technology. This guy has everything which is AI based in his house. So he always say, right now we do have, right, Alexa and Siri and all. So it is something like play the music, close the door. He'll go to dentist, get his teeth removal done. When he comes back, open the door, rather than saying open the door, so that AI doesn't recognize who he is. And he says, open the door. AI doesn't open it. So rather than say it's play on the floor, the neighbors are seeing, because he was boasting every day, I have everything AI based, you know. So simplicity is the king. Yeah. Just a second. We'll see the case. One case. Yeah, bonding case. For volume. Just a second. If this came now, let me play this again. They will enjoy. It's okay. Leave it. Which folder? One MKS. Okay. It's okay. Leave it. Chalega. Leave it anyways. It has been done. It's not showing. Okay. Whose case it is? Vertical, no? So how did you plan this? How did you present it? As an extraction case, non-extraction case? Mine, but not presenting. Not presented, no? Okay, we'll consider this as a bonding patient right now, and then whatever been decided during your case presentation with your faculties, you can go ahead with it. But probably I think looking at him, who is a vertical grower, what is his chief complaint? Crowding. I personally feel the only problem would be this. Hmm. Yes. And even little bit of alignment with little bit of proclination probably there would be a problem. So that treatment plan you decide as per the system, as per your protocol. I am not going to say anything on this, but we'll do a bonding on this, and later on you can reassess and plan. If you're planning for extraction, go for extraction, right? Or you're not planning for extraction, and then if you're changing an occlusal plane, go accordingly. I think when we plan doing bonding in this case, the bonding can be done in two ways. As we are doing with the normal conventional bracket as well, we can place this even on line with this, with the lateral. So rather than only 1.5 mm, we get almost 2 mm of deflection if needed sometimes for intrusion of it. Or else we can go with a simple bonding with the LACC and then utilize the upper and lower for deflection of 1.5 mm and bring about the movement. That can be done as well. But if you want more intrusion, but the spacing is a problem with the intrusion. And when you try to expand this, the problem comes that it should not flare. Because if it flares, then one advantage is that your deep bite will be taken care of. But again, the mandible will go a little more backward. So I think we'll start with a normal conventional bonding. And if you want more intrusion, if provided there is a space, then you can go 0.5 mm little occlusal also in the 1-1 and 2-1 for having more deflection. Right? We'll do only in the upper, right? To begin with. You can't, because you can't even give a bite plate, because then it'll have disastrous effect. Here, such cases, I've seen a lot of such cases. You guys end up with any genioplasty in such cases, or very less? That's again a problem. Okay. Vertical, no, that's again a problem. Anyways, let's keep it this way, that let's bond 1-1 and 2-1, 0.5 mm or flush with the lateral incisor. Right? And rest of the tooth as usual. Okay. And we can place O1-3 copper niti for 1 or 2 months, and then 2 copper niti. O1 in gingival, let there be O1-2, and in occlusal, let there be O1-3. And then you can see probably it will resolve the crowding very fast and soon. Even the first order and second order will be getting corrected as well. Okay. Yeah.
Food awaits us outside the hall. Do come back after the lunch for the live demonstration. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'll have to exit. I'll close this. Hey, there only. नहीं चलेगा. How, whatever way you guys are comfortable.
As long as you're okay, because you've been standing all this time.
So I'll have a sit. Yeah.
Haircut class potato cases are very rare.
I eat everything, but what options you have? Yeah. I can have simple. Yeah, that's what.
this Google Meet, we have to stop it. Yeah, from here.
Without giving it answer. We can transfer. Actually, yes, the Zoom Discord.
Yeah, that we'll do later.
Should be next 200. Should be going.
If they can raise the chair a little bit, then it comes direct.
One second, sir. Setting change.
Are you guys able to hear me now? Okay. Just ask them, are they able to hear me? Fine. Yeah. One. They can hear me. Okay. So as discussed, what we'll do is we'll keep this as ideally phi is LSEC, and then pi is a midpoint. Rather than that, what we'll keep is central incisor 4.5. Yeah. So central incisor 4.5, even lateral incisor 4.5, as we discussed, because there is a deflection of 1.5 mm between two slot, and then we are adding one more 0.5 mm deflection. So we get an option of 2 mm for intrusion in the 1 1 and 2 1 only. Let's start with 2 2, 2 1, 1 1, 1 2. 50 areas, right? Yeah. Let's start with 2, 2. So when you see it has a similar distogingival marking point. So we'll be keeping 2, 2 at 4.5 and even 2, 1 at 4.5. Now, we discussed earlier in the lecture, our reference point generally would be Gingival's law. Now, Gingival's law is 4 mm. That's a 4 mm. Sorry, 4.5 mm. Sorry. That's a 4.5 mm. Now, Gingival's law 4.5. That's a 4.5 mm. It's like every other bonding cases. Once you see that it is at 4.5 mm, cross check with the mirror. Make sure that you have placed it at the intended place. Look at the long axis of the tooth distance and as well as sometimes the incisal margin as well. So this is perfect. We have already removed the flash, the beginning only. Let's cure it now. This is 3 seconds, please. So now we are taking 2, 1. Again, you can check in 2, 1 also. There is a marking a distogingival wing. Here. Again, 2, 1 is at similar height as we decided, 4.5. We are placing both 1 and 2, that is 2, 1 and 2, 2 at the same height of 4.5. Because we are keeping 0.5 mm margin for overcorrection of deep bite. Check the flash, check the placement. Now, 1-1. Now, 1-1 also has a distal marking. In the second quadrant, it was green. Here, it is kind of maroon color. You can clearly see. Oh, there are two slots. This is gingival slot. This is gingival slot. This is occlusal slot. This slot is 18 into 30. This slot is 22 into 28. I repeat, you have to take gingival slot generally into consideration as a reference point while bonding. Again, 4.5. Always have a habit of removing the flash as soon as I see it. Again, 4.5. Gingival slot, 4.5. Press it. Here it is easily. So keep it little distant. Now 1, 2. Straight out. Again 4.5. Yes.
recording.